He's a CXO trainer and communication coach. He's worked in Mitsubishi Corporation Group, in Nippon Steel Group. He has 22 years of experience, which is management experience. He's been a director, board member level. He's also had specialization in training the CXOs. That is the chief executive officers. He's also experienced of heading diverse corporate functions such as CRM, sales and marketing. He has coached 10,000 leaders, 1 lakh professionals. He's gold medalist and all India topper in CBSE. Can you believe this? He's all India topper in CBSE and he's done his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He's also BE honors from DCE, Delhi College of Engineering. He's a multilingual person, Japanese, English, Hindi, and Punjabi. I will not stand between me and him. And I will now request Gagan Singh, sir, to please come and take your topic, the 5 timeless smart leadership principles. Sir, you have the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwinder. My deep gratitude for conferring this great privilege of addressing such wonderful, ingenious minds across not just Asia, but different continents of the world. So I extend my heartiest welcome to all you wonderful participants. It's truly a great privilege. So, sir, before I start, may I reconfirm, is my voice and presentation, both of them vivid?
As always, sir, you're very good, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So then please allow me to start the session today by saying one simple starting line where I'm going to carry on from where Milanji spoke. Milanji spoke in the last line that whatever you do, never give up. And as we move from the field of cricket to the field of corporate boardrooms and talk about Steve Jobs a lot today, I am going to give you the principle of the roaring, struggling lion, which Steve Jobs was, and the 5 timeless leadership principles that we can imbibe in ourselves to take our organizations and ourselves to greater heights and accomplish the missions that we have aspired ourselves to. So the way I'm going to conduct this is there'll be some small 2 minutes quizzes, some small 1-2 minutes interaction. So please be ready with a pen and with a paper where you could write whatever I'm requesting you to. So with those words, I welcome you on this session of 5 timeless smart leadership principles. And how can we but not start with the legendary quote by the great Martin Luther King, who spoke, and I quote, "If you can't be a pine at the peak, be a shrub in the valley. Be a bush if you can't be a tree. If you can't be a highway, be a trail. Be a tiny star if you can't be the sun, for it's not with size that battles of life are lost or won. But there's one thing you must ever deeply believe. No matter what, be the best of whatever you aspire to be. Be the best of whatever you aspire to be." And yes, my respected MDP participants, during the 2 hours from now, we will talk about how the 5 smart leadership lessons can truly allow you and your organization to catapult to great heights. But before we talk about making you the best, let's start with a simple question. How are the present times for all of us? For you as individuals and for your organizations? And it's possible you may say, "Gagan, these are challenging times. These are struggling times. These are demanding times. You're talking about becoming the best. Right now, survival itself in these turbulence is quite an arduous task." Of course, no prizes for guessing that. That's generally true across the world, across several industries. Therefore, the next question right at the beginning is, what are these struggles doing to us? Are they good to us, or are they not good for us? Are they helping us, or are they damaging us? So with these opening thoughts, please allow me to start with a small motivational story, a tale of 2 lions. Once upon a time, in a jungle, there lived 2 lions. Every morning, they would get up and go in opposite directions. In the evening, after a long day, when they would come back, one would come back smiling, happy, spick and span, and he would say, "Oh, I had a busy day. I had a positive day, and I was able to catch my prey every day." And he would come back early. So, of course, the whole jungle said, "He is the successful lion." And on the other hand, the other lion would come back looking almost vanquished, disheveled, really gaunt. And he would say, "Oh, I had to stretch a lot. I had to struggle a lot. And I'm so sorry. I came back empty handed once again today." So most of the days, he would come back empty handed and look really disheveled, famished, gaunt. So, as would be obvious, the whole jungle used to think that the successful lion will prosper and become the great lion king. On the other hand, the poor struggling lion, most of the days he comes back empty handed, looks so tired, so much stretching, he's unfortunately apprehended to perish. But my respected MDP participants, can you guess what happened? Exactly the opposite of it happened. And while the successful lion, who was expected to become the king, started growing weaker, 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 and eventually perished. And on the other hand, the struggling lion, whom everybody thought would actually perish, started growing stronger and eventually became the lion king. Now, the whole jungle had just one simple question: why? What happened? How come the successful lion died and the struggling lion became the king? So, as always is the case, and it is often the case, a committee was set up and the committee investigated in deep details. What did they find? After a deep research, the committee found the successful lion was having a feeling of being successful because every day from 9 o'clock with tie and coat, he'll go to the office and chase nothing but tiny mice, small, small goals, filling up that report, asking those regular questions, talking to those regular phone calls, doing those regular operational works. The tiny mice. And on the other hand, the struggling lion was struggling but chasing the big goals. The new idea, convincing the board that let us stop this and let us start doing this, convincing the directors that while we are doing, let us invest over there, convincing the investment bankers that this idea is this, but what about doing this idea of about $10 billion? The problem when you are a successful lion and you remain content, just like at iPod juncture, or just like that Mac juncture, where you're very satisfied that I am happy with my 9 to 6s, that you start descending into chasing the mice and getting satisfied with it. The problem with chasing mice is not that it's wrong. We as leaders need to do operational procedures. You have to check the overtime chart. You have to check the transport bills. You have to check those regular sales. But if you want to grow as leaders, the calorific value which comes in is far lower than the calorific value that you are consuming. On the other hand, if you are giving priority of your time to talking to investment bankers, talking to directors, talking to any new client, a new project that you want to do, you want to have an Indo-African partnership, you will encounter failure every day. You will struggle late night, you will struggle morning, you will be disheveled, you will be troubled, but once a quarter, once in 6 months, when you catch that antelope, precisely the way Steve Jobs jumped from that iMac success to the next landmark Apple store, or from iPod to iPhone, you will unravel a new historical platform. So right as I begin this webinar, before we start talking about Steve Jobs, I wish you to remember this perspective that for a leader, success is a very deep term to be understood, because you need to understand that success at tiny goals could actually be counterproductive, because it gives you a feeling of being very satiated and creates a chimera without actually allowing you to recognize and deliver the potential that you so truly deserved. Had Steve Jobs got satiated by ensuring that Apple is back again to $0.3 billion, now Mac is successful, we would have never seen Apple stores. Had Steve Jobs been successful, oh, iPod is a revolution, now we are making $5 billion, we were at zero, now we are at 35,000 crore, the world would have never seen 5 lakh crore. So the moral is, right at the beginning, please remember the $1 million lesson from Steve Jobs is being successful alone in an isolated parochial perspective means absolutely nothing if you're not chasing the big right goals. In fact, may I say with certain amount of trepidation that being successful can often be counterproductive if it makes you develop your laurated and decorated chamber of a small silo. So what we need to think at the beginning is that becoming the whale of a big ocean is the mission and not the goldfish of a small jar. So the first S, which I'm going to talk about now, is stress yourself and chase the big goals to the point when you are really struggling. Because the bigger the struggle, the greater the success. And therefore, at every day of your leadership journey, ask yourself, what are the mice that you have to stop chasing? It is that operational report. It is that regular follow-up. It is that some other thing which is actually very obvious. And what are the antelope that you have to start chasing? Both as an organization, both as an individual. You're a chartered accountant. Do you want to do an MBA from Harvard? Why don't you do that now? You're a chartered accountant. Do you want to do that law? Why don't you do that law and pursue that NCLAT now? Do you want to write a book? Yes, you are too busy 9 to 7. But if that 9 to 7 may not be really the antelope to become the greatest chartered accountant of India, Asia, what is the antelope that you have to catch? So please recognize the first S of a leadership is ability to shift to chase big goals and stretch yourself to the limit. Because when it hurts, when it pains, that is the moment your growth is the greatest. And therefore, always ask yourself, what are the things that you have to contain? The problem with stretch is something which we call the comfort zone. The comfort zone is typically defined a lower competency work. Lower here doesn't necessarily mean derogatory or in inferior sense, but something that you were doing as a general manager or as a vice president, but now you have outgrown that role. A great leader knows what is the task which has to be delegated because I have outgrown it. If I do it any further, if I keep focusing on iMac any further, if I keep focusing on iPod any further, who will think about that next bigger journey, that next bigger competency, that next bigger mission that I have to follow? So in your life, the first leadership principle which has to be followed is that if you are doing things which are operational, following up with vendors, what happened? Why didn't the cargo come? You are making regular reports. Oh, let me make this. You are doing certain procedural things. Start by asking your questions. What is the work that you can delegate to your juniors? What are the areas that you can train your juniors at? What is it that you can automate? I was a director at one of the world's highest quality steel tube making, a founding director at Neemrana in Rajasthan. We had a standard protocol. A leadership task list was given, and the idea was that every month we have to hive off 2 and adapt 1. What does it mean? If I give you on 1st April a list of 20, if every month you hive off 2 and get only 1 new, by the end of the year, you are left with about 10 tasks. That means, are you half busy? No. You're not half busy because that mice that you have given and delegated to juniors, you have groomed them, you have empowered them, could actually be an antelope for them, but for you. Once that list is reduced to say 5 or 6 or 7, your focus has to be on that new vertical, that new client, that new factory, that new big challenge, some entire new creation which has been hitherto not even conceived. So therefore, please remember that a leader has the mice to die and the antelope to ace. Before I go ahead, I'm giving you a first 1 minute assignment, or I'm going to give you 2 minutes for that, maybe 90 seconds. Please quickly take a pen and a paper and write down 2 mice that you can delegate, automate, eliminate, and 2 tasks, 2 antelope that you must accept. Depending on different members, for some of you, the antelope may be that you want to do an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. For some of you, the antelope may be that you have been totally physical. Now you want to have a detailed digital network of chartered accountancy services. For some of you, the antelope could be that your company is only catering to Indian clients. So your chairman is asking you, why don't you set up the European operation? So your 2 minutes to please think of 2 mice to delegate and 2 tasks to actually start challenging. Those of you who want, you can WhatsApp to me. Otherwise, just write it and you can share it with me later. 90 seconds left. Sixty seconds. Thirty seconds. Okay, so time up for first exercise. I hope you have got some starting answers on the mice, which may look to be very exciting, happy, but are actually deleterious for your growth, and the antelope, which may look very painful, excruciating, but are the great ones you to catch and start growing. Now, let's move on to the next topic. You may say, sir, this is supposed to be a leadership session. So why are we talking about the Jungle Book? Why are we talking about Mowgli and lions and different kind of animals? All right, point well taken. Let us move to the stage 2. And let's talk about the principle of stretch in human beings. Now, I give you 20 seconds. Please think of one of the greatest ever Bollywood actor, global business visionary, Indian cricketer, and statesman. Of course, they could be numerous. I mean, we have a huge plethora, but the Bollywood actor, the clue is of 70s, 80s, 90s, and a male. So with due humble apologies to Rajkumar ji, Raj Kapoor ji, Devanand ji, this is a different one. Global visionary, let's take your guess. The Indian cricketer, again, is somebody who is relatively contemporary, and the statesman, which is a tricky one because there could be millions of them, is of the 19th century United States of America. All right, 10 seconds left. Great. Let's move on. Let me see what kind of clues have you written over here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ratan. Really appreciate your feedback. God bless. So while there could be many, I'm going to talk briefly today about Amitabh Bachchan. While business visionaries could be many, our respected Ratan Tata ji and so many, I'm going to talk about Steve Jobs because he's the flavor of today's session. Cricketers, with due respect to Sunil Gavaskar, Kapil Dev, I mean, I'm sure Milan ji would have had millions of names. I'm going to talk briefly about Sachin, and statesman, I'm going to talk about Lincoln. Now, if I were to ask you, what is one common thing among these great leaders of their own field? You may say, Gaganji, that one common thing is that they were the greatest. They were among the best, and no doubts and no objection to that. It's an absolutely perfect observation. They were among the greatest. However, now I ask you, tell me one more thing which is common among them. And the answer for that is a term called VUCA. Now, all of you are familiar with VUCA, so I'm going to not go deep into it. But in a simple, practical context, the word VUCA means unidirectional continuous increase of entropy, troubles, turbulence. So the simple law of physics, the entropy of universe continues to unidirectionally increase, was there beautifully implemented in their lives. The challenges, the hurdles, the difficulties kept on single dimensionally increasing. The VUCA term, as you maybe know, refers to situation that the world is today shrouded with a nebulous veil of uncertainty. The businesses are becoming more volatile, more complex, and quite ambiguous. So it means where you are today, it's a bit difficult to predict what
कहाँ
is
से
going to
चेंज
be
होगा?
the future or sometime later. So when we talk about VUCA, let's talk about VUCA in the life of Amitabh Bachchan ji. So if I were to ask you to describe the life of Amitabh Bachchan ji in one word, please take 10 seconds and think of one word to describe the life of Amit ji, who is today one of the greatest leaders when it comes to the world of Bollywood. Okay, I'm sure many of you will say the one word to describe Amit ji's life is success. Afsoos galat jawab. Oh God, I'm sorry, that's not the right answer. Joys and happiness. Again, not the right answer. Rainbows and sunshines. Again, not the right answer. Why? Because the one word to describe Amitabh Bachchan's life is not success, happiness, sunshine, and success. The word to describe his life is frequent failure, repeated rejection, constant humiliation, struggles, and more struggles. You may wonder why. Well, briefly talking, Amit started with radio, but unfortunately, he failed there, was rejected. He didn't give up hope. Like a struggling lion, he stretched to a bigger goal. He went to Bollywood by stretching. What happened over there? For first 3-4 years, he was a failure once again over there. The image of the chocolate boy was not working for his movies like South Hindustani were constantly failing. Did he give up? No. Like Milanji said, he stretched. He stretched like a struggling lion to a tougher and more painful and more challenging goal. Took up the role of an angry young man. And that's where the golden era started. Almost for a decade, he was the king. He was the undisputed superstar. But then the Coolie movie happened. When it looked like nothing could go wrong, he actually just crashed from the greatness of stars and was literally on deathbed. But what did he do? He fought back and became a politician. From the Lok Sabha Allahabad constituency, he became a member of parliament in 1984. But how did that end? Once again, humiliation, failure, rejection. He failed. He had to very unceremoniously quit politics in very controversial circumstances. What did he do? Did he give up? No. Once again, he stretched and transformed. He started ABCL. In fact, you may be surprised to know that some of my batchmates from IIM Ahmedabad, this company had become such a big rage, joined ABCL. And as we all know, once again, destiny played its cruel hand. And in the 1998 Miss World at Bangalore, there were controversy and his company became bankrupt. Once again, he was humiliated, a failure. Even arrest warrants were issued against him because of inability to pay debt. And then, at this relatively, may I call later middle age, where he was closer to 60 than to 50, what did this great leader do? He once again stretched and jumped the bandwagon. From the big screen, he shifted to the small screen. From a great central actor, he became a compeer. From somebody who was being the leading star, he decided to take second fiddle roles as character artist. In every single step, while the platform was different, challenge was different, failure was different, what one thing was common in Amitji's life, my respected friends, was the concept of this ability to be a struggling lion. With each failure, you bounce back harder, stronger, because life is nasty. Even if you're running a small chartered accountancy firm of your own, you are, let's say, a general manager at a big company, you're a director at a big chartered accountancy company, the winds of turbulence will continue to flow. Today it's coronavirus, tomorrow it could be Hansa virus, day after it could be China war, then Korea war, then X, then Y Delta. So the starting principle of leader is that it's not that a leader does not fail. For every single success, you have maybe 100 other failures. So a leader is defined by the ability to stretch and shift to chase bigger goals, and not that he doesn't fall, but the ability to bounce back with double vehemence from every single failure. We are going to talk about Steve Jobs a lot today. So I'm going to keep this one relatively simple. You all would know a bit about Steve Jobs, but I wonder, if I were to use a legal term, he was an illegitimate child, legally speaking. His birth parents immediately disowned him and he was adopted. The adopted parents were compassionate, loving. What was the second rejection of life? They wanted him to go to Reeds, which is one of the best colleges. He was not able to fit over there. He was thrown out or voluntarily moved out from there. Another big plot. Then, as is now famous, he made Apple with his flesh and blood, and from his own creation. He was so unceremoniously shunned out. Once again, there was a warrant, a restraint warrant, that you are not to be seen in a certain kilometer radius from Apple premises. Imagine. Can there be any greater humiliation that the company you created from scratch, you are now a persona non grata, you can't even come within few kilometers of that company or be in touch with any employee. And then the portion of Steve Jobs, which we are going to talk at the end of today's session, when it looked like as an ICEO, now he had all glory and success. Just like Amitabh Bachchan was stuck by the Coolie movie, Steve Jobs was stuck by the brutal stab of cancer. If I were to ask you one word which has transformed the world in modern times by its invention, you will say Apple. You will say I. Why? iPod, iPhone, iCloud, iTab, everything I. But if I were to tell you, all these grand inventions by Steve and his team were done from 2004 onward, when during the last 8 years, he was fighting terminal cancer. My respected MDP participants, I always say this. If we have one small tooth surgery, probably we take 1 or 2 days leave. Steve Jobs was fighting cancer every day, and he was giving the world one after another great invention. Steve Jobs is known as a great innovator, a marketing genius. I respect Steve for his never say die attitude, that struggling line spirit, that if life just makes you throw down, you just stand up again and be ready that even if life punches, you are ready to bounce back again. So we'll talk about Steve a lot in the last 30 minutes, but please remember in the beginning, the single virtue was each time he fell, he rose. Whether you fall or not is upon externalities, but whether you bounce back and stand again is up to you, whether you're a struggling lion or not. I'm sure Milanji has spoken a lot about Sachin. So about Sachin, we know him as a legendary cricketer, but do we know that he underwent more than 20, 30, 40 major or minor surgeries? The one thing that we can learn from Sachin is not his scores, but his never say die attitude, that every time a surgery incapacitated, debilitated certain physical strengths, he didn't sit there crying. He evolved a new technique. At the young age, he had the power to hit front of the wicket and go for a six. After 26, 27, which in Sachin's career can be called the second half, he was physically no longer capable to do that. So what was he doing? Pulling over the covers, hooking, sludging, nudging, cutting. So adapting, just like Amitabh Bachchan ji, when his old age, or may I call the late senior age, was not permitting him to be the angry young man anymore, he focused on the principle of self-transformation, a struggling line chasing a bigger goal. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is the gentleman who was the 16th president from 1861 to 65. And if America became a superpower, the credit to that, the founding stone was laid by Lincoln, is something which can be said with unequivocal certainty. When he took over presidentship, America was strife with civil war, certain divisive campaigns going between the Confederacy and the Union forces, and the worst ignominy of racial discrimination. Lincoln, who had been repeated failure in politics, businesses, employment, rose on, and with each failure, he came up and became a bigger success and fought for the purpose for which he eventually had to give up his life. So from Lincoln, I am always inspired, and I always tell a small dialogue which I'm going to say in Hindi first and then English. आनंद पिक्चर ऑफ राजेश खन्ना कि बाबू मोशाय जिंदगी हमारी बड़ी होनी चाहिए लंबी चाहे हो ना हो our life must be great and grand even if it's not long. So as I talk about this first principle of stretch, till you all as individuals do not equip yourself to face and embrace greater pain and feel it like pleasure, the journey to be a true leader, to great leader, is not easy to begin. A great leader's definition starts with the fact when the whole world is smiling. Look at Steve Jobs. The whole world was smiling that, wow, despite the 9/11, despite the 98 shock, you have turned Apple back into black. When the whole world was smiling in 2006 that, Steve, you are a miracle man. From minus, you have brought us to 35,000 crore rupees profit. Steve was worried. Steve was having a frown. Why? Because they were struggling lions in relentless pursuit of their dreams. So please remember the first S is that leaders become not despite, but due to their struggles. So if today, from 9 to 11, you're not struggling enough, you're not stretching enough, you're not failing enough, then in all probability, you're not rising fast enough, you're not chasing the big antelope that you're supposed to chase. So I hope that those antelopes that you have written will become the guiding milestones, but please remember, you will get time to chase the antelopes only if you delegate the mice. Of course, I always encourage to give more time, which I'm going to talk about that later. But please remember, as practicalities of life, we can give 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours. The ability to convert those 14 hours a day to chasing antelopes is equally contingent upon building alliances and teams, which we are going to talk about very shortly. All right. So the important stretch purpose, please remember, is success is not a destination, but a journey. So if your chartered accountants company is right now having a turnover of 10 lakh rupees, you are aiming 50 lakhs. After a year, you are at 50 lakhs, you are aiming 10 crore. You are at 10 crore, you want 50 crore. You are at 50 crore, you want 500 crore. You are at 500 crore, you want to now challenge the big fours. The important thing which leaders do differently is leaders do not get satisfied with their existing laurels. So they embrace failures. They enter into the dark tunnels. They plunder the processes of bigger journey because they know that it is through these failures, these constant failures, that they will attain their destiny. Maybe not a daily success, not every day is happy, but once in 6 months when they get that big antelope, that is the big secret. So therefore, as a struggling lion, if you are struggling, you are tired, you are vanquished, you are famished every day when you come back, please remember, so long as you're chasing the big antelope, you are on the right path, just like Steve Jobs, Amitabh Bachchan, everybody. Now, why am I saying this is important today? The struggle is important today because numerous research have shown three things are going to lead turbulence. The three things which are going to lead turbulence is technology-induced disruption. Technology is going to make many of businesses redundant. Automation is going to make many jobs redundant. When I was at Tokyo, the land of rising sun, as one of the youngest non-Japanese member of the board, Japan had become very notorious. In late 90s, early 2000s, as it was struggling against certain slowdowns, Japan became notorious for teacherless schools, professorless colleges. lawyerless courtrooms, and more automation, auditorless audit firms, CA-less CA firms, because more and more jobs were getting automated. Probably the recent transformative situations have just accelerated that phenomena even in our country. And there is limited logic to assume that it would not accelerate. Technology-based disruption, automation will only increase. I implore you to remember the Chitti Robot movie of Rajnikant, where the robot would just do click, click, and millions of words-based books were memorized in just few seconds. So technology and automation will come. And lastly, the point about nationalization is important. While it's a complex mix across group, but generally, recent turbulence have led to polarization of global forces. Therefore, the fabric which led the growth of the world after World War II was the fabric of globalization. It is having unbearably excessive holes and it is getting shredded. There are now smaller alliances, local collaborations, and a generally growing rise of nationalistic jingoism. This may mean that opportunities could be lesser and only the best will prosper. So through this MDP leadership program, I hope one of the bigger missions is, like Martin Luther King said. He said in 1962-63, and I quote him, when he addressed one of the young graduates, pass outs, he said, if it comes to the likes of you to become a sweeper, then be the best sweeper. Sweep the streets like no dead, living, or yet unborn would have ever done. Sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweep streets like Michelangelo sculpted. Therefore, through this leadership journey, the goal must be to be the best of your field. This is the eternal first lesson that we learn from not just Steve Jobs, but from probably every great leader, A.M. Nayak, Ratan Tata, Jack Welch. Because unless you are setting the eyes to be the best of what you are doing, the world is going to be actually cannibalizing. Because in simple terms, as I'm a consultant to various industrial bodies, various business houses, we simply talk about turbulence always constantly eating up the organizational pyramid. So this blue color quadrilateral is nothing but turbulence and VUCA, which is eating a huge portion of jobs, opportunities, businesses. And this speed is only accelerating. There'll be a rocket which is flying and a quadrilateral which is falling. The idea of how to fly with the rocket and not fall with quadrilateral, however, is contingent on the second principle of leadership. The second principle of leadership, which we are going to discuss from now on. But before that, now is the fun time and we'll play some fun-filled games. The idea of not falling with the quadrilateral and flying with the rocket will be demonstrated through one of the most legendary management games ever designed. So I hope all of you are ready, all of you are enjoying. And before I start the game, I have one request. Could you all please save my private mobile number right now and send me a hi on WhatsApp? It's a short 1-minute game. My number is 935-422-6620. So for safety's sake, Ashwinder sir, may I confirm my voice is clear? The presentation is clear, sir?
Absolutely, sir. You are bang on, and not just the voice is clear, sir. The passion is flowing through the internet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So kind of you always. So thank you, sir. Then I'll proceed. So ladies and gentlemen, please take about 30 seconds and send a hi to me so that once I have got hi, we will pick Kaun Banega Karodpati or fastest fingers first. Unfortunately, unlike Amitabh Bachchan ji, I can't give you 1 crore rupee, but I will definitely give you great commendation. Okay. So please type your names also that I have to know. I've got 3422. Kindly mention your name, please, so that I know who's it. I have got Rajal ji, welcome. I have got Saurabh, welcome. I have got Kritima, welcome. Javed ji, welcome. Basudev ji, welcome. Vishal Lahoti, welcome. Manish ji, Vijay ji, Prateek Lonawat ji, Sachin ji, welcome. So I have got 1, 2, then I've got Balaji. Balaji ji, welcome. Chandresh ji, welcome. Chetan ji, welcome. Narayan ji. Narayan ji, welcome, sir. Hari ji, welcome. Amit Ajmera, Komal, welcome. Vimal ji, welcome. There are some names which had come much earlier. My apologies. I am going to read them now. Vignesh ji, you were the first one. My humble apologies. Now I've noted it because it's just flowing down. So then there was Shekhar ji, welcome. Deepak ji, welcome. Ajay ji, Ajesh Acharya ji, Avantika ji, welcome. And I guess there are multiple Sachins. So this Sachin ji, if there are multiple Sachins, please kindly type full name. Then there is Sanjay ji who has sent a SMS. Okay, I'm presuming everybody is now ready for the game. There is Raghunath ji. There is Sachin Chuk ji. All right, Sachin Chuk ji, I got it. Fair enough. Thank you, Sachin ji. And then we have Deepak Mojidra ji. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If not, my apologies. Rakesh ji, welcome. Then who else is there? This is Basudev ji. Okay, Basudev ji, you've got your name. Mukesh ji, welcome. Abhilash ji, welcome. Umesh Kumar ji, welcome. I hope I have taken everybody's name. Even if not, so long as you have sent me your WhatsApp, it's fine. So ladies and gentlemen, we start one of the greatest ever management game called Focused Hunt Challenge. So I hope all of you can see the screen because the game is short. It is just short 1 minute game and you have to completely focus. And once you have done, then you have to WhatsApp your answer to me. The question you have to do is very simple. आपको गणित की गिनती करनी है. In English, you have to do a mathematical counting. And it's very simple, pure focused counting. And according to the great US university, the success rate is 0.1%. I personally, during Mitsubishi days, Nippon days, and later on, would have played this game with, I can say, roughly about 2 lakh participants. Success rate is not even 1%. You have to do a simple mathematical count so that we discuss the second rule. And the question is, may I invite any one participant to unmute and read the question for me? May I invite CA Mukesh Anaji? Can you please unmute and read the question for me, sir?
Yeah. How many times player of the team in white pass the basketball among each other?
Again?
Each throw is considered as one.
Thank you so much, Mukeshji. Very kind of you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, very simple game, but complete dedication. You just have to do mathematical counting. And 99.99% fail in this test. And we'll discuss that now. So I hope all of you are ready. I have given you enough time. You have saved my number because once the game starts, it's fastest fingers first. I can't give you a crore of rupee, but then great commendation. So I hope you are ready. Once again, I'm reading simple instructions. Please count the number of times players in white color shirts pass the basketball. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, time up, start. 3, 2, 1, kaun banega crorepati? All right, let's see who's got the correct answer here. Oh God, I have got one correct answer already. That is, who's this person is flowing down too fast. So just 1 second, who's this? Rijo. Rijo ji, kindly say your full name, please. Rijo ji, your answer is absolutely perfect. Well done, well said. Rijo ji, well done. God bless you. You have given the perfect answer. One more correct answer. This Ashwarya Agarwal. Ashwarya, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Well done, Ashwarya. Wow, I think Harvard's record is going to be broken because we have already 2 correct answers here. Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. Oh God, I have one more. Who's this? This is Prashant Bhallaji. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, please give up to 3. These awesome. Guys, kindly keep your answers secret to you. I already have 3 winners for now. Oh God, I have one more. Mukesh Singh ji. Looks like that entire 0.01 is going to shoot up right today. And God, I have one more. This is CA Mukesh Aneja ji. My goodness, out of 60, we have what 5 correct answers. Brilliant. Okay, so full marks to all of you. You have passed the stage 1 of the quiz, and according to the great research, the correct answer is 15. So well done. Now, let us come to part 2. Part 2 of the quiz is write your special observations about this quiz. If you observed anything special, what do you make out of this video? You have 30 seconds. Please send me your answers now. Quickly, please. What are your? Okay, it was a loop, fair enough. Team coordination. Okay, you work with your teams. Wonderful. One bounce is the struggle, and then you bounce back. Wonderful. White are passing to only whites. Great. I don't know the names. Concentration. Great. Ability to focus on your goal while ignoring distractions. Brilliant. Team coordination. Great. Have pattern in your life. Wonderful. And this looks brilliant. Overcoming chaos. Who wrote this? Overcoming chaos. Then teamwork. Ratanji. Well said, sir. Very good. Who wrote overcoming chaos? Answer, but this is Balaji. Balaji ji. Well done, sir. Excellent. Believe in your team. Mukesh ji. Well done. Excellent, Mukesh ji. Okay, this is Surajit ji. White team passing only to white. That means focus who are your partners and who are not. Chemistry. Great teams can only be made when chemistry is there. Komal Agarwal ji, brilliant observation. Okay. Then Vignesh ji, interesting observation. Trust, Revati ji. Trust you and your team. Wonderful, excellent, brilliant. Not get everything, but make calculated guess. Okay, guys, you have made very brilliant observations. However, let us ask some very important question to you right now. After your WhatsApp, there is something which is missing. So let's go back. Guys, we are going to play the video again. This time, do not count. This time, do not count. Just enjoy it in a relaxed mode. Do not count. 3, 2, 1. Do not count. Just enjoy the word at go. Please enjoy. Just watch in a relaxed mode. अरे अरे ये क्या हो रहा है? अरे बचाओ, अरे भागो, ये क्या आ गया क्या? अरे खुदा की कसम, मजा आ गया, मुझे मार कर बेशरम खा गया. God, guys, now let us come to the final challenge of Harvard. Those of you who did not see the gorilla, please dare the truth and honestly send to me no. Those of you who saw and said yes, can please say yes. Please kindly go honest on this. And to the best of you, those who did not see the gorilla, please type no. Those who saw the gorilla, please sincerely type yes. God bless you all. You have 30 seconds.
Instead of the gorilla, I mentioned bear.
Fair. Okay. You call it chimpanzee, bear, strange monkey, anything. It's absolutely fine. Okay, great, wonderful. I'm getting wonderful answers. Thank you so much. Wonderful, excellent, great. All right, I've got almost answers from everybody, but please dare the truth. So now you may ask, Ki Gaganji, why the gorilla game? What does this United States research have to do with us? What does it have to do with Steve Jobs? What does it have to do with the second principle? So this research, when it has been globally, I believe, carried over close to 2 crore leaders over the last 25 years, has a 99% failure rate. Why? Is it because most people cannot count the precise number 15? Do you think so? No, that's not the main point. This game doesn't have a 99% failure because people cannot count 15. Then, Gaganji, why? Is it because most people cannot see the gorilla? No, even that's not the main point. Then you will say, Ghoda Chatur, counting is also not a problem, not seeing gorilla is not a problem. Then what does Harvard want? What is the reason this game has a 99% failure rate, and therefore one of the greatest management lessons ever designed in a game. Because my respected MDP participants, the most usual pattern which has emerged across leadership result of the failure in this game is those who count 15 usually fail to see the gorilla. And those who see gorilla fail to count the precise 15. So those who can count 15 and see the gorilla in a very honest challenge are really like 1 in 100 or lesser. So you may ask, what does this imply? This game, of course, has a lot to do with reflexes, so it is just a metaphorical connotation. Do not take it literally. The big lesson of this gorilla game when we talk about the second principle of leadership is when faced with VUCA, when faced with turbulence, when faced with slowdown, the natural error that leaders do is they start to develop tunnel vision. You are the MD of an auto component company. Oh, Maruti's buying has reduced to half. What do? You fire 500 labor. What do? You close 2 plants. What do? You reduce bonuses by 80%. What do? You cut down salaries by 20%. What do? You do further cost cutting, which is okay. But the question that you need to think is, you are excessively focusing on counting the 15 out of 15 basketballs, but in the process, you get so drowned in cost cutting, you get so drowned in shrinking that you fail to see the gorilla of opportunity. Oh, Jesus Christ, in the name of the Holy Bible and Lord Jesus, right now Maruti is down to 50%. But can you imagine the rebound? Can you imagine the import opportunities? Can you manage the opportunity of exports? Can you imagine the opportunity that if one particular country who is probably argued to be the propagator of COVID, maybe the exports from that country could reduce? So that is a dream chance. The second great principle we can learn from Steve Jobs, and on which we will invite group number 7, 8, and 10 later do presentation, is leaders according to this game of gorilla and the basketball are the ones who can at the same time see the big picture while doing the basic action. Your company is hit brutally by slowdown today. Surely please shrink. Surely please chase the mice. Surely please fire people. Surely please reduce cost. But are you, like the great principle of BCG, trying to follow something which is defined as the ability to stretch and chase bigger goals? I just want to show you a slide that recession is defined as a process of not of annihilation, but as a beginning. And according to great Austrian economist Joseph Schumpeter, those who become great leaders become not despite the slowdown, but due to the slowdown. I'd like to quote the legendary Jack Welch, who said that our company became that great because of the decisions we took to do during the recessions. The seeds that great leaders sow during challenging times, the ability to see the gorilla when 80%, 90% are not seeing the gorilla, defines your smart leadership way, which is ability to see macro but act micro. Please remember that slowdown is an opportunity to weed out inefficient competitor. That chartered accountant who does a work of 1 lakh rupee for 10,000, he's unlikely to survive. It may give you time to improvise, invest, innovate, and it will give you an opportunity to change direction. But the question is, are you too busy counting basketballs and you are ignoring the gorilla? Are you too busy on focusing on Maruti's production reduction, so shrinking, but forgetting that the moment Maruti doubles back to normal, there'll be export to Europe, there'll be export to America, countries which may not want from a specific country which has COVID-related issues? I would like to show one picture which became famous because of BCG, one of the greatest consulting companies of the world. BCG drew an analogy and they said, recession, turbulence are nothing but a racing track. This is a racing track. Sorry, it's not a three-dimensional picture. And a great racer like Michael Schumacher, or I don't know, Lewis Hamilton nowadays, a great leader has a macro vision plus micro action. He or she would apply breaks, strategically shrink, cut employees, reduce costs, cut lines, cut plans, 3 days a week, 2 days a week, reduce bonus. Yes, you have to be perfect. You have to count the 15 basketballs, but he has the vision to see when the recession will change and finally what is going to accelerate after the slowdown. Right now, your CA business is probably affected because of various kind of recession, various kind of slowdowns, changing norms. Are you ready to open new offices in Africa? Are you ready to get registered for, I don't know, US accounting, Europe accountant? Are you ready to collaborate with a company and let them become your European desk? Are you ready to open an office after Brexit at London, maybe for the European Union at Luxembourg, Brussels, where now your antelope is, even if you end up consuming a certain lakh of rupees, you're ready to challenge to penetrate in the European market? Or are you just satisfied with what you are? Is the question that Steve Jobs, the legendary immortal Steve Jobs soul, is going to ask all of us today. So please remember that this ability to break, review old ways. So it's vital to count basketballs. It's vital to cut costs. But what are the new skills? What is the new force that you have to acquire? Please remember that. So I'm going to come back to all of this in a while. But before I go ahead, there is one more small game waiting for you right over here. So game number 2 for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, is right here. So may I request one more volunteer and may I invite somebody who counted 15 to be so kind to unmute. May I invite who counted 15? 1 second.
T.S. Krishnanji. T.S. Krishnanji.
Krishnanji, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Krishnanji, kindly unmute and read the task.
Connect the 9 dots. Task, link all 9 dots using maximum 4 straight lines. Condition, restriction 1. Once your pen touches the paper, you can't lift the pen. Condition, restriction 2. You can't make your pen cross through a dot twice, except at the end.
Thank you so much, Krishnanji. God bless, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have 30 seconds. Take a pen, take a paper, do your best. You cannot do more than 4 lines, and they have to be straight, proper lines. You can't cross the same dot twice, so you can't be repeating it, except, of course, the last one. Your 30 seconds start now. Okay, I seem to have got a brilliant answer. All right, this is Rajesh ji. Brilliant, Rajesh ji, full marks, sir. God bless you. Oh God, I've got pretty many good answers. Who's this? This is Prateek Lanawat ji. Prateek Lanawat ji, my apologies, you were the first to submit. Well done, sir. Okay, who else is there? Okay, as of now, I've got 2 answers. Guys, 15 seconds left. I'm waiting for your sketches and photographs. 5 seconds left. Okay, I've got one more. Sanjay ji, good effort, but we are crossing 2 dots 2 times. Okay, so since time is limited, let us give the solution. Your 30 seconds are up. The solution here is you have to go out of the restricted area. You have to start from outside the box, then go diagonally. Then again go outside the box. Again go outside the box and link. So a typical kite shape. But this is not the only solution. You could take a scissor, kanchi. Take a scissor, cut into 3 vertical strips. Cut, cut, cut. And then I never stopped you from using a scissor. You could align them into 1 vertical line. And then with 1 straight line, join them. Or if you have gone to the railway stations of old times of 60s, 70s, you know, chana garam, chana masala, chana masala, chana masala. Those vendors, those hawkers, are converting them into conical shapes. Change the shape of the paper. I never said that changing the shape of the paper was not an option. I never said using a scissor is not an option. Just like this 9-dot game, the challenge of our real life is that quite often what the research at that legendary United States University said was human mind tends to focus more on the restrictions given and doesn't think unconventionally. You want to grow. Would you like to buy out a competitor? Would you like to do a leverage buyout? What inspired Ratan Tata to buy Chorus, which was 6 times bigger? What inspired Ratan Tata to buy a Jaguar, which was 10 times bigger? What inspires so many of reverse acquisitions where you are 100 times smaller? I don't have the money, but I could try with a Blackstone. I could probably try with a KKR and do a leverage buyout, do a management buyout. So in your businesses, if you are sometimes frustrated with the competition, is there an old chartered accountant? I am saying that in a metaphorical context, somebody who's 80 and wants to retire. Can you buy out his firm? Can you buy out his clients? Is there somebody who is a rival, but you could bring as a partner because values are same? How does companies become Amarchand Mangaldas? I really don't know whether they grew that way, but I'm giving you an example that how do you grow? It's not just by killing the competition. It's by marrying them. It's by acquiring them. It's by getting engaged to them. So think of solutions which are not so obvious. And one quick last game for which I'm going to give you 30 seconds against. You have to match this mathematical equation. Okay. And you are allowed to use only one line. Only one line to match this equation. And not equal to is not an option. ये नहीं कहना कि you put a cross over here and say 10 plus 10 plus 10 is not equal to 9.5. You have to think of something. 10 blah 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 10 blah 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 10 is equal to 9.5. And you are allowed to make only one line, no more. Your time starts now. Hurry up, guys. 20 seconds left. I'm waiting for an answer from some mathematical wizard. Ten seconds left. Hurry up, guys. Okay, time's up. The answer here is convert this mathematical equation to a time equation. 10 to 10 is 950. Change the paradigm. If you are only a chartered accountancy provider and too much competition, why don't you start adding legal investigations by hiring some detectives? Why don't you start doing book screening? Why don't you start doing background check? Why don't you start hiring employees? Why don't you add certain verification of administrative services? I have known of companies which started from chartered accountancy but became as administrative giants. What game-changing lines are we missing in our lives? If you could add a T to CA, you become a BAT, which is actually like a chief administrative trainer. Could you train people? What are the synergies that you would like to add is what you have to think. So as we move on, I want you to remember the 5 timeless learnings from 100 greatest CEOs, which are summarized by 5 principles. Shift and stretch to bigger goals. If it's not paining, if you're not failing enough, then you are not chasing an antelope. Have a macro vision, but never forget the micro action. And I'm going to talk about the 3 things just in a while. But before I go ahead, how do we stretch? How do we shift? How do we achieve 120 when we have a goal of 100? What are the more practical ways? Automation, upgradation, elimination? Yes, a lot of it. But to answer this, let us change the direction a little bit. Let me ask you one more trivia quiz, and this time I want everybody to answer. The trivia quiz this time is, I am going to show you 4 pictures of 4 companies. This is the product which the company started about 100 years back. A company which started with coffee grinding machine in 20s, 40s. A company which started with bulb and continue to be the greatest in the world even today. A company which started with cloth is today one of the greatest companies. A company which started with lakkad, timber, in 19 and even today is the greatest. You have 30 seconds. Please guess the name of these 4 companies and please send to me as quickly as possible. The clue for all of you is they were rulers of the corporate world then. 100 years back, they are a ruler even today. Okay, I have a correct answer from, who's this? Sachin Chugji. Brilliant, Sachinji. Well done. Hurry up, guys. 20 seconds left. A couple of them are very difficult, but at least one of them should be easy. Okay, very close, Rakeshji. Very close. Good effort, Sunilji. Again, close here. And the names that you are saying also match. No, Prashantji, slightly different, sir. Rajalji, close, but not the names I'm looking for here. Sanjayji, close, but again, not the name. Oh, this is Balajiji. Balajiji, brilliant, sir. Absolutely correct. Well done. God bless. So they are international companies. It's not an Indian company. That's a clue I'm giving you. One more. It's not an Indian company. Please remember, it's not coffee. It's coffee grinding machine. So it's a machine maker. Please look at it that way. Okay, Satishji, good guess, but a bit deviating from the names I'm looking for. All right, last 5 seconds. Okay, time's up. The names we are talking about is the company which started as a coffee grinding maker is IBM, one of the world's greatest computer makers and then computer software services maker. With bulb, which most of you answered correct, I received about 40 replies, 60, 70 were correct, was General Electric. The company which is now making rocket engines, the company which is now making metros. The company which started with cloth was the company where I worked for almost 20 years of my life, the Mitsubishi Group of Japan. Today, Mitsubishi is literally into everything from a simple pen, pencil, paper, all the way to big metros, heavy engines, turbine engines, power systems, everything. This, my dear participants, is the toughest. The company which started with timber, and I'm sure a lot of you will be stunned, is nothing but the world's greatest, one of the greatest aeroplane aviation giants, Boeing. Now, you may ask, why is it that we are talking about these companies? I want to talk about these companies to tell you how do leaders stretch, shift, and through their macro vision, change the course. Today, issues like coronavirus, issues like slowdown is affecting us. What did they survive? They survived not one, not two, but hundreds of coronas. There were 1910 World War, then 20s flu pandemic, then Great Depression, Keynesian Depression, World War II, post-war striving, Cold War, oil shock, expansionary bubble of the 80s, then the burst of 90s. Around the time when I started my corporate career, Southeast Asia had just about to cry from 97 onwards. And a century which was full of 25 severe recessions, all far more fatal than the present COVID, or for that matter, the present slowdown, the present turbulence. And the question that you need to think is that they survived thanks to recession because they followed this Joseph Schumpeter principle that they took recession as an opportunity to eliminate inefficiencies, to invest and do creative destruction, as I spoke a while back. The BCG analogy of brake, turn, and accelerate. What are the mice that you have to stop and the great antelope you have to chase? What are the basketballs that you have to focus on? But gorillas you cannot afford to miss. And what did they do? IBM started with coffee machine. When coffee machine became rote, everybody was doing it, shifted to computers. When everybody started making computers at Nehru Place, you had everybody with a screwdriver and nut and bolt assembling computers. They moved on to services consulting. G, bulb to electrical. G, I'm going to talk about in detail right now. Mitsubishi started with cloth, moved on to shipping. Ships, they realized machines are a big chance, started shipping machines, started shipping foods. Then they realized that backward integration into asset giant. Boeing, of course, is a legendary story. So they use their skills to stretch and shift. And today I'm going to give you one simple example about GE. What did GE do? Let us explain this slide through a graph. A simple adjacency diversification model of GE, which leaders like Steve Jobs implemented. Jobs wasn't satisfied with desktop, so moved on to laptop. Wasn't satisfied with laptop, moved on to music. Wasn't satisfied with music, moved on to a transportable iPod. Wasn't satisfied, moved on to an iPhone. Wanted the next step, wanted a tab, moved on to something related to cloud computing. What did GE do? It's not just Steve Jobs. GE started with a bulb. But within about 15-20 years, that vision was already too old and dull. Change product, change market. The 30s saw a great growth of Air Force related attacks to move into radar. New customer, new product. Then when the world wars were catching at the peak, various kind of engines were needed. Focus moved on to Air Force. Focus moved on to Army where battle tanks were needed. New product, new customer. Then after the World War II was won and infrastructure was the need, they used the same skills to move into switching and signaling. Customers, the local, federal states, overseas countries, product, switch and signaling. When the baby boomers started aging, medicine was in demand. GE diversified into medical equipments. When the great bubble was starting, led the financial services. New customer, new market. New product, new market. Change industry, change product, change market. But the skills remain constant. And GE's skill was engineering, research, and design. The same research which allowed them to develop bulb, allowed them to move on to radar, further move on to engine, then switch, then medical equipment and financial services. The same skill which allowed Steve Jobs to develop a simple Apple, allowed him to move on to a Mac, then a Lisa, a Macintosh. A diversified skill allowed him to get into research, which is retail-based products. Thereafter, he moved on to musical industry. Same skill allowed him to move on to an iPhone, iPad, iTab, and then finally iCloud. The greatest growth of a leader is that what are the skills that you possess? If you are a chartered accountant who has 100 client base, everybody trusts you. Could you add on becoming something which you are most dexterous at recognizing? A detective service, an internet software service provided, an administration office, hire few army men and make a whole team, become a security service agent, become somebody who does recruitment services, who becomes somebody who does rental house arrangement services. What kind of bouquet can you offer to the clients using a different skill which you have added, but sticking to your core competency? So just as an example, in your personal lives, you're a chartered accountant. Can you do an MBA to become the director of your company? You're a company secretary. Would you like to be a gold medalist law? You are a professor in some institute, college. Would you like to be a principal? You are a corporate job. You're a chartered accountant. Would you want to be the director? Then what is the next stretch? Which is the antelope which will make you stretch? You are a married housewife or a home man, a homemaker, be it a lady or be a gentleman. You are already working from 9 to 6. Could you come back, make the kids sleep, and study from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock? Give that extra time and become that MBA plus chartered accountants. You are a married man, very busy from 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock. Can you come back and from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock do that company secretary, do that law, acquire that new skill? As a simple example from professional area, as a marketing guy, could you take the next degree? As a supply chain, could you do the new technology? As an R&D, could you take up a next research course? As a CEO, where do you need to stretch to make your company an industry leader? This is something that you have to remember and implement. If some of you are from auto component industry, I give this example. COVID has come as a disaster in many ways. The resulting supply chain shortage. Do you want to now substitute new areas which are not being able to import at all? Do you want to add new clients who are worried about future supply chain disruption? Are you wanting to do new plant management techniques, maybe laborless factory? Like Mitsubishi, Nippon, in Japan, they were famous for laborless, workerless factories. Whether it's the Vogue or not, you have to think what is Vogue in your context, or some new VAV solution. While the world is celebrating, a leader is always stretching, struggling, and thinking beyond. So please remember what kind of forward integration, what kind of backward integration could you do? A small example, Mitsubishi Group was a trader. In late 90s, after the commodity shock happened, they realized only trading won't do. They backward integrated, they bought mines. Later on, they decided to invest in steel mills also. A particular auto component group, they were predominantly into assembly, backward integrated into sub-assembly, started making tubes, started making steel blanks, started making service center. Use your skills to backward and forward integrate. What are the skills which could be contingent to your present services? This is what you should think about. A small example, which is called Ansof's adjacency model, which says, take a one-step adjacency. For example, if you make, let us say, clutch for Maruti, could you make clutch for Honda? Now, if you make clutch for Honda, could Honda give you body parts? And then from that, you diversify. This is one of the groups based in Aurangabad in Maharashtra, and I respect the chairman of this group very much. They started with gears, started making gears for four-wheelers. From the four-wheeler, they got body parts, started making body parts for two-wheelers. From the body part customer of two-wheeler, they got aluminum forging, started making aluminum forging for another four-wheeler. Like this, they kept on diversifying by using client relationship management and flexible manufacturing systems. So in your business, what adjacencies are there which can allow you to grow? Do not rest at the laurels of what you have accomplished. What Steve Jobs tells us is use the art of stretching. But one caveat, great leaders also know when to shrink, when to scrap, and when to exist. The legendary decision of Jack Welch that if we are not among the top two, we will leave. The thought of A.M. Naik that we will quit cement, it's not our core competency. So a great leader is also known by what they decide not to do. Bill Gates is very legendarily famous for saying that at times when I look back, what made Microsoft one of the biggest companies is many things we decided to stop doing. Steve Jobs, one of the simple lesson was we can't do everything, so we must stop certain things. And therefore, he stopped the Lisa project. He stopped the Macintosh One project the way it was supposed to be. So while you are doing something, it's also important to think what is it that you are going to stop, because you cannot make space for an antelope unless you are not giving up to chase the mice. So which is the business model you have to stretch and shift is very important. But which is the business model you have to shrink and scrap is often far far more important. Please remember, is the important learning. So macro vision, as I discussed with Dr. Ashminderji, we are going to ask you to make your presentations in just a while. And then maybe in the conclusion, I'll give you on this in just a while. What is the principle? That will be our last topic of the day. Now, one very important lesson, probably the most important point over here, which I wish to highlight to all of you. Leaders can be great men, but they cannot be supermen. Leaders can be great women, but they cannot be superwomen. So they will always need teams. Who could have created the grand cities, the grand nations, the grand political parties, the grand corporations? J.R.D. Tata couldn't have created Tata alone. Jack Welch couldn't have made GE that much alone. Steve Jobs also, as we are going to talk right now, couldn't have made it alone. So today, I am going to give you a vital leadership principle, which is, who is my Shashi Kapoor? Or those of you who may not be so familiar with Bollywood, people from different continents, not Asia, could talk about, who is my Oliver Wilson? Who is the person who is my number two? Because your number two is far, far more important than your boss above you, because this number two gives you an opportunity to demonstrate your leadership. So as great corporate leaders, the third principle of leadership, which we are going to talk about over here, is making alliance across hierarchies. The ability to make alliances and collaborations across hierarchy and across intra and inter organizations makes you great. You may say that it is only partially applicable. I am going to today demonstrate you an example from a life of a couple of leaders to tell you how three types of alliances become important. There was one legendary North India-based businessman who was the founding father of India's largest motorcycle company, then world's largest motorcycle company, and he was like a godfather to me. So he always used to say that the one word to define anybody's success is the ability to quickly make relationships and then never break them. If you research the Indian corporate history, you will find marriages are very happy, but divorces are bitter. So this legendary godfather, who became one of the greatest motorcycle man of the world, used to say that something like "rote hue aate hain, sab hasta hua jo jayega." It means the person who's going to have a smiling marriage and an even happier divorce is one of the greatest ones. So what are the alliances we are talking about? You all have read Steve Jobs' case study. We think Steve Jobs was a one-man army. No. Kapil Dev, not a one-man army. Sachin Tendulkar, not a one-man army. Steve had Mike Markula as a godfather to protect him. After the very bad experience with John Scully, he realized that one bad alliance can destroy you. So one thing he ensured was good, bad, heaven or hell. Mike Markula was the godfather, that North Star which he's never going to let go. Then Dean Hovey, the company which agreed to make the mouse at 1/20th. Otherwise, the product would have been simply not affordable. Wendell Weeks, without whom the iPhone glass would never have had the toughness that Steve wanted. So eventually, they were planning to compromise with plastic or aluminum. Today, we recall Steve Jobs. But Steve Jobs became Steve Jobs because the ability to inspire Dean Hovey, Wendell Weeks. So it's something like they became the legendary movie Do Aankhein Bara Haath, which means 2 eyes and 12 hands. Or in other words, if I were to be permitted by the great Shantaramanji to paraphrase it, 1 brain and 6 hands. Which are the 6 supporters which can make you truly great? These are some of the names which you would have studied in the case study. And like this, if you can find those great 6 number 2s, I mean, 6 is of course just coincidental. It doesn't necessarily have to be 6. It could be 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you make sure that they continue to remain loyal to you? I'd like to quote my own example. So since I was a very fast track performer at Mitsubishi Group, and I had some special fast track career. So I once asked one of my bosses that when will I become a director? You have made me general manager, now president of the decision, independent CEO, but when will you make a director? So my Japanese mentor replied to me that when your juniors start sharing the vibes, that now is the time for this gentleman to lead the company. So remember, your boss is going to pull you up, but it's your juniors which are going to help you ride the wave, because without them, we are often really debilitated and weakened. So your alliances have to be across forums. Amitabh Bachchan ji, you may say, how come Bollywood has any relevance of alliance? Amitabh Bachchan ji was spotted as an angry young man by a director trio, which could be called Manmohan Desai, Prakash Mehra, directors of that era. But he moved on. They may have been his makers. But in 97, 98, when he was literally with a begging bowl, he went to Pete Mukherjee requesting for that season of KBC. He went to Yash Chopra with a begging bowl, asked for Mohabbatein. He went to Shah Rukh Khan and was ready to play a second fiddle to him. Something which he had never done on the big screen, where 101 TIFF, he had never agreed to do that. What were the alliances that he was making? Karan Johar. But let's talk about his golden era. We talk about his alliances with Dharmender, Vinod Khanna, but after a certain time, both of them refused. No, we don't want to work with Amit. It's not a fair give and take. At that moment of crisis, if you see that era of late 70s to mid 80s before Kuli, the bulk of movies, Do Do Paanch, Suhag, Shan, Trishul, Diwar, all these legendary movies which made him great, Shashi Kapoor agreed to play in some sense a second fiddle. But imagine the respectful positioning he was still being given. So if you as chartered accountants want to make your company as big as Big Four or even bigger, you need to identify not just your Manmohan Desai or Prakash Mehra, but you need to learn to make alliances to find who's your Shashi Kapoor. Are you able to find 6 Shashi Kapoors who are ready to help you and your mission get accomplished? Because no matter how brilliant you are, what matters is the alliances. Now, how do you find 6 Shashi Kapoors? Here I go back to my godfather, the motorcycle man of the world, the leaders of 80s, 90s, and 2000s before he passed away. May his soul ever rest in peace. The 60-40 rule. Now, I'm not trying to make you a Gautam Buddha. I'm not trying to make you a Sarvgun Sampan Prabhu Sri Ram or not a charitable donor. A leader technically tries to be seen to be giving more and taking less. But he finds some big rock which are vital, and that is where he's sticking to. But is ready to give, in some sense, finds win-win solutions. A leader doesn't try to restrict but guide. A leader doesn't try to insist but helps them grow. If you are able to follow these opportunities, then definitely you will find your 6 Shashi Kapoors. Thanks to Amit ji, Shashi got opportunities. Thanks to Amit ji, Shashi acquired certain roles which were otherwise not difficult. That was the guidance part. And so he also grew. Are you able to find 6 such people whom you could give, guide, and grow? It's the principle. And in your company, since I have dealt all my life with finance department because being a director, and as I said, it is with certain amount of trepidation that I am addressing the brilliant chartered accountant, because I really had a very nice and very interesting association with chartered accountant, because most of life I was on the other side, sales, marketing. So if ever I would not be up to the mark, I was quite used to getting scolding from chartered accountants. But that being said, you have to make alliances with marketing, logistics, purchase, human resources, the regulatory bodies, the various departments, and your vendors. And all of this can only happen if you follow the 60-40 rule to be an alliance maker. What is 60-40 could vary case to case. In your case, 60-40 may be that some vendor from whom you want 20% discount. He may say, I'll give you 20% discount, but please give me double the business. Some certain regulatory authority who has given you a notice and you are trying to broker a compromise will say, okay, I'm ready to drop the notice, but you have to go all the way and you have to pay a fine of 5% or 10%. So that nature, that spirit to make relations and never break them. The meaning of alliance maker, the meaning of Shashi Kapoor could change context to context. But the question is, who are the 6 Shashi Kapoors of your life and how do you make them very motivated to join you? So guys, I'm giving you another 2 minutes exercise before we move on to the Steve Jobs case, and maybe taking 90 seconds. Please fill up at least 3 Shashi Kapoors of your life right now and try to think, which you can do later, what are your gives and what are your takes?
So this is in our personal life or professional life?
Up to you. So if you feel that you want to focus on professional, focus that. So Shashi Kapoors are there in both ways. Maybe in your family, it could be your brother-in-law. It could be your next door neighbor who is going to make you the president of RWA society. If you are into a mandir, masjid, gurdwara, then probably somebody over there who will help you become the president of gurdwara or the masjid or the temple. I am not restricting. You could do it for both as you feel comfortable. Okay, 60 seconds left. So this one you don't have to WhatsApp to me because this is for your personal life. So time is up. I hope you are able to do that. So before I invite the groups, another secret to be an alliance maker is try to be a role model. And to be a role model, there are 6 important qualifications, but the first important qualification is integrity of purpose. Now, by integrity of purpose, I'm not talking about be honest, jhoot mat bolo. I'm not talking about Raja Arif over here. I'm talking about what Salman Khan ji, Shri 108 Salman Khan ji preached in the legendary movie. I think that was Wanted. एक बार जो मैंने commitment कर ली तो मैं अपने आप की भी नहीं सुनता, which in English translation simply means say what you mean and do what you say, no matter what. Create vision community, which means not just have a vision, but inspire others. Build the bond so that your vision is shared. The 6 Shashi Kapoors should be aligned with you to go in the same direction. And you should be able to empower them, help them grow, overcome your own insecurities, rivalries, deficiencies, feeling of inadequacies, or sometimes sheer envy. As some of the great management thoughts show, that the great leaders are one who are very happy to work with even greater professionals. Please remember that. So I like to give you 4 important channels. A great leader is defined as somebody who is ready to play 4 roles, who is ready to energize with new skills. So if your employee or junior is struggling, train them, retrain them, be the guiding lighthouse. Then be a U-shaped magnet. Those of you who have seen Sholay, how did Sanjeev Kumar fight the evil of Gabbar Singh? He converted Jay and Viru, who were thugs and criminals, into law-abiding disciplinary soldiers, changed their goalposts. If there is a marketing person who is demotivated under a boss, give them a new mission. If there is a finance person who is struggling in some assignment, give them a new assignment. Overcome your insecurities, envy, and complexes to be a servant leader through whom others grow. Encourage others through positive motivation. So probably the most important, or I would say second important lesson of the Shashi Kapoor is, to be a Shashi Kapoor, you have to be a lighthouse 24/7. You have to be Sanjeev Kapoor of Sholay, who's pulling magnet, who changes their goalpost. Be a servant leader who's ready to make them better, and be an angel who's always ready to give motivation. And the last rule, which is very simple, is stated by the legendary Elon Musk. Now, this may sound slightly counterintuitive, but in my humble view, it's really imperative. Nobody changed the world by just 40 hours a week. So if you really want to change the world, you have to start thinking about 70 to 80 hours is what Elon said. He even spoke about 100 hours. While I don't fully subscribe to it, but I have largely followed it. I have yet to publish my book, which is called Journey from 4 lakh to 4 crore in 10 years. It describes my life at Mitsubishi Group from 97 to 2007 after I passed out from IIM Ahmedabad. And my typical working was close to 12 to 16 hours every day. So hard work is something which has no compromise. And if you are trying to do something which is really legendary, you have to, like Amitabh Bachchan said, I can speak English, I can drink English, I can eat English, I can walk English, I can talk English. So something like this. You have to sleep your work, you have to drink your mission, you have to eat your mission, you have to think your mission, practically 24/7. That makes you really the keyword of unequivocal, completely unalloyed dedication and focus is what makes you truly great leader. So please remember that you have to allocate your time judicially. You will have some personal priorities. So make a simple allocation that when at work, focus only on work. There was a very legendary research in 1927 by Madame Z. Garnick in Russia. And she said the greatest failure of leaders is because of imbalance. When they are at work, they're thinking, oh God, I had to fill my child's tuition fee. Oh God, I had to give my wife's suit for stitching. Oh God, I had to take my dadima to doctor. Oh God, I had to go to the neighbor's grandmother's funeral. When they are at home teaching their son, oh God, I had to make that report tomorrow. Oh God, I had to do that. So Madam Z. Garnick in 1927 did a research on waiters and concluded that your ability to complete task there and then helps you focus and build a balance. So like the respected gentleman who asked that question, please use this Cosmos wheel. Your life has 8 zones: profession, skill, finance, network, and 4 personal zones: spiritual, family, passion, health. You only have 16 hours minus 7 hours of sleep and about 1 hour of other bodily needs. How do you want to allocate this 16 hours? Make it clear, but while you are there, please focus on that. So with those words, I like to end my part of the session for now, and then invite the 3 groups for 5 minutes discussion before I finally come for last 5 minutes to wrap up. So Ashminderji, could we invite the groups in the order that you advise?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can have Javed Akhtar of Team 7 to come up first. And if you could unshare, sir.
Yeah. So I'm going to just stop share. I think it's done now. Please confirm.
Javed ji.
Please let me know if my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, it is. Quite fine.
Javed ji, your time starts now.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Javed Akhtar, and I'm representing Team 7 today. We are going to talk about a beautiful case study on the Apple Store. It is about how Steve Jobs' microvision and his micro actions were able to convert his dreams into reality. We have divided this presentation into 3 parts. Firstly, we will discuss about what exactly is we need to build in ourselves to have a very strong conviction. Secondly, we will discuss about some of the points that we came to present for why Apple should enter into retail segment, and we will persuade the board to give us the green flag. Lastly, we will come with a few of the traits that one should have in order to overcome adversity. Building conviction. Now, conviction is having a very, very strong belief about something, about your ideas, your personal belief. It is built over a period of time. It is rightly said by someone that a person with conviction can overwhelm 100 with just opinion. So what exactly it takes to build conviction? First of all, the person should have been a far-sighted mind. He should be able to see beyond others. Like everybody is able to see a distant future. However, the one who see beyond that is one who is able to conceive others to the purpose. Second one is the larger purpose. Everything is driven by the purpose. Everything we do, the core of which is our purpose. At the same time, we are sitting here for acquiring knowledge. We have a purpose to acquire skill, to acquire how we can drive our business. So purpose is at the core heart. Now, visualization is a very important tool. One who is able to visualize others, what they want to depict, they can also surely convince them to pursue it. Leaders take ownership of whatever the actions are and whatever the consequences are. They are at the back of the people, and they know that whenever a work situation will be there, leader will never get back. He will always stick out his neck. Leader create an environment of certainty. They lead. They walk the show with their examples. Leader demonstrate persistence and perseverance in action. No matter how many times there is failure, but leaders always motivate their teammates to come, and all the followers, they take the wish of the leaders as their command. Now, I would like you to have a sight of this picture. It's a petal of the flower where we can build our conviction. At the core, we have our purpose and values, which are strong drivers. Then ownership, persistence, and perseverance, and farsightedness of a leader. These all combined help us to build a strong conviction. Coming to the second slide, why Apple should really enter into a retail store business. Like during the late 1990s, Apple was having a literally very minor market share, and also its marketing strategies were not performing very well. Apple wanted to provide a wow and a first-hand experience by allowing users to come and play with their product. There was a need to educate the people about the values of the product that Apple is serving to them. At Apple, we wanted to market our product at very, very premium places and give the product they deserve. Actually, in store model, the product were not getting the respect they actually wanted, they actually deserved. They were just lost in the charm of other product as well. What Apple has, it has the backward integration with its vendor, and it has its forward integration through its operating system. But what it lacked was the last mile control and the touch point to demonstrate the magic in their product, how easy it was to navigate their product. And they wanted to provide a customer experience. At the same time, what exactly the peers were doing, like Amazon, Dell, they were actually not doing much. They were not able to lead the market. And what they were actually not also delivering the experience that user wanted to have. They just remained a product company.
1 minute left, sir. 1 minute left.
Exactly. So there were concerns of the board that there were financial commitment, there were like drainage of resources. So we have come through some of the points, like the lackness of retail experience could be covered with their innovation. We could always revolutionize the retail sales experience, which others were not able to do. Apple was already draining its resources. Now it was a time to do at their own way. I would like to come to the third slide, and I would like to present you some of the traits which helps us to overcome adversity. The first thing is integrity. Whenever we think about integrity, Mahatma Gandhi comes to our side. He was the soul of the leadership. Integrity is the basic essence of building a character. Second example is Nelson Mandela. This person has spent 27 years in jail without breaking it. And after coming with a very healthy state of mind, he brings freedom for his entire country. The third example is Mehmed. He actually led the victory at Constantinople. He at the age of 21 was able to achieve this goal, which even his father or someone else was not even able to achieve that time. That's why he was coined as conqueror in history. The great example of courage is Winston Churchill. In 1945, when he became the prime minister and Germany attacked England, everybody told him to step back and not fight with Germany. However, this man had the single courage in the entire nation who fighted against the German and also won. The fifth example is courage. We all have seen a Lagan film. In the Lagan film, Bhuvan had to come with this exceptional condition where he had limited resources and he had to strategize. He composed a strategy. He actually found leadership trait in his team, like the plot of Kachada, where in his bowling accent, he found that he could be a very good spin bowler, and he handed him the ball, and he was able to take a hat trick for the team and restrict it. Similarly, Kapil Dev, like in 183, was never a big target for West Indies. However, they were able to keep West Indies to 140 through their composer skills in the stretch-like situation. The last example is Lee Kuan Yew.
Questions you should have.
He is actually example of belief. Singapore was a nation of slums in early 1900s. He was sent to Europe for studying by a couple of people with few $1,000s in hand. After that, he came to this country and he changed the entire nation. He actually made the country based on meritocracy. It was a belief of the people and belief in himself that he was able to convert it. This is how I'd like to end with the presentation, that we also can have this traits in our personal practical life and we can apply it. Thank you. This is all from Team 7.
Thank you, Javed-ji. 1.5 minutes extra you have taken.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next presentation is Team 8, and this will be given by Narayan Jayaramanji. So, Narayan Jayaramanji, please go ahead. You're already a co-host.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present the case on the Apple stores, which describes the Steve Jobs macro vision with micro action. First of all, I would like to say that the Team 7 presentation was really fantastic, and it was very well delivered by Mr. Javed Akhtarji. Thanks to Mr. Umesh Kumar and Sanjay Bhartiji, who also helped me with the presentation.
Narayanji, you already spent 1 minute, but I'm restarting your time now.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
Yeah. So in this case of Steve Jobs and the Apple case, the first point that we talk about is building our own conviction and taking a firm stance. When Steve Jobs wanted to build the Apple brand and better it with different products, he had a lot of people who were resisting that, and he had to build his own conviction and take a firm stance. So let me talk about the conviction for some time. So leaders with conviction create an environment of certainty for everyone around them. Conviction serves as a foundation for any type of initiative, whether it is changing a culture or executing a strategy. The leaders with conviction will be more successful, and so will be the team. So conviction also helps in overcoming obstacles. It sparks passion in us and it overcomes resistance, which leads to better results. So the key qualities required to build our own conviction can be seen on the presentation slide, which is the intuition. So whenever somebody builds a conviction, he has got an ability to understand something instinctively without the need for a conscious reasoning. We sometimes feel that something will go right without having to think about why it will go right. Similarly, self-confidence is another quality which talks about confidence about your own skills and abilities and accepting and trusting yourself. Vision is another important component which helps in building our own conviction, which talks about the ability to think about the plan and future with an imagination. Out of box thinking, obviously what Steve Jobs did was giving a product which was something different from what the market was providing is another component. So conviction, as you can see, is self-efficacy, saying that we can do something with a good preparation and a great determination. The second slide talks about how Steve Jobs convinced the board about opening the retail stores. The main idea which Steve Jobs had in his mind was to choose was that Apple has to choose its own way and their own business model, which is completely different than something which is prevailing in the current business practices and the business model. His idea was not just to create a phone company, but to provide a lifetime experience for all the users of the Apple products, and also give them an opportunity to get a feel and a first-hand experience of those products. So for this, he had a clear vision in mind that a retail presence will help the company to have a direct contact with the customers and provide them what they exactly need, and to understand their concerns and also to address those issues. So while convincing the board, the key things that that Steve Jobs could do was he had a solid plan, which was with a futuristic approach, and he also could present his plan and a unique idea with the immense scope of growth in future. He also, while presenting to the board, organized his ideas with a concise flow to persuade them. And he also demonstrated a vision and conviction through which he explained that the dream can be achieved. The third slide talks about the key leadership traits that needs to lead effectively in times of conflicts and uncertainties. So being a visionary or having a great vision is one of the key traits, which means that there is a far-sighted thought which will help you in terms of conflicts and uncertainties. Effective communication, clear communication to define the goals and targets within the team as to what exactly needs to be done, which will help in eliminating the conflicts. A confident and a forceful behavior, that is assertiveness, is another trait which will help you in the tough times of conflicts and uncertainties. And self-motivation and self-belief, having a confidence in yourself and your team, and motivating others and motivating the team morale is another key trait that needs to be done. I would like to end by talking about the 4 major conflict management styles as well. Where we talk about a collaborating style, where the leader will collaborate with others within the team and outside the team to ensure that the goal and the objectives have been achieved completely. There's a compromising style where the leader will not be able to press upon his point, and he would say that he would let go his points and he will accept whatever others say, which is not desired. The dominating style, where the leader will impose his thoughts only to the team and will not allow others to freely act or do their acts. And the avoiding style is where he would not accept other person's view without explaining them as to why it is not being explained. So these are the 4 major conflict management styles which needs to be kept in mind when we are talking about a trait to lead effectively in terms of conflicts and uncertainties. So with this, I would like to end my presentation, and I hope that I was able to touch upon the major points that were expected out of this case study. Thank you.
You can stop share. Now we have the third and final presentation from Group 10, Sachin Chukji. You're already a co-host.
Hi, can you please see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks Dean Bell for adding us to the third team. And thanks, Mr. Gagandeep Singh, for that 2 a.m. comment on our, on our classroom presentation. That shows the amount of extra mile that you stretch, and that reflects in your presentation as well. Thank you so much. Anyways, so coming back to the presentation, I would like to start by saying, a very famous dialogue from a Spider-Man movie where this guy comes up and says, with great powers comes great responsibilities. And leadership, my friends, is a great responsibility. A responsibility not just towards yourself, towards your team, and towards your environment, both internal and external. And if you fail one, it reflects and the ripples are felt on all the other aspects as well. So today we're going to talk about how Steve Jobs navigated, in our opinion, the problems that he faced in his career, which was about, in the year 1997 to somewhere around early 2000, and how this great man, this great leader, and his great vision helped Apple come through a bad patch and make a great company of themselves. Obviously, to build conviction, what we feel the center of the entire activity or the entire story is self-belief. All other activities are human characteristics and traits, whether it's being far-sighted, being able to micromanage your macro vision, and your confidence to cover up your self-doubt, your positive outlook in moving towards your goal, taking the human experience around that, and it's demonstration that everything is personal and everything is business, nothing is personal, and overall the composure to tide through bad times and decisive decision making. And I'd like to couple by saying that all this should be topped by this great word that we always use is the passion. So once we have that passion and the self-belief, I think we have the winning edge. And this is what it takes for people to build conviction and and the environment to convince people that yes, they're here for good. And obviously the second part of the case study was to talk about what assurances would you like to give to the board, and what were the points that you would like to bring across in terms of the Apple case study. I think it's extremely important to have that human element into you, wherein that you come back again when you fail. Jobs demonstrated that. He was thrown out of Apple. He went on to make Next and Pixar. And this is where the board should have been convinced that this guy is going to come back and create a new vision, which was the Apple environment. It was not just about creating a retail store. It was not just about creating an amazing hardware product. It was about the entire experience of using and experiencing an Apple product. So he made the hardware his own. He made the operating system, the software of his own. And he never forgot his customer. He gave them the content to use it. Music, podcast, app stores, it was all there. And he was trying to encash on the want. He created the need and wanted to encash on the want there. And obviously, to do that, he had to go through innovation and predict the consumer behavior. The predictive story was extremely important in the whole ball game. Now, obviously, the board would have wanted assurances. And those assurances start with resource mobilization plans.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute left.
It could be as low as capital, as important as HR. He went on and took over Ron Johnson, patented the store designs, showed them the positive cash flows that were possible. And it was not just about the accountability. It was the end-to-end accountability that he took upon himself. It was a make or break moment for him, and he made it count for himself. And obviously, he would have demonstrated the fail-safe mechanisms, the backup and disaster recovery plans. All this would have convinced the board with his micro actions and the micro planning, because don't forget, it took him 4 years to open just 2 stores. And then from there, he capitalized the 2-store success story into other countries and other number of stores, and became the first company in the world to touch the 1 billion sales mark, $1 billion sales mark. We feel that it's extremely important to have these 5 virtues for a leader to come back and see. So first and most important thing is, if life throws lemons at you, you don't just give it back. You make a lemonade and drink it. That's where the focused self-belief is an extremely important thing. And it should be only one person who should pull you down. And I'm going to make sure that it's not going to be me. That's where the focused self-belief comes into the picture. Accountability end to end. It's extremely wrong and immoral to seek to escape the consequences of one act. And yes, you've got to horn the bull, tame the bull by its horns. It's extremely important to have that abrasive, unflinching approach, that fearless approach to go and tide over difficult times, which people like Steve Jobs demonstrated. Macro vision, micromanage is the essence of today's entire deliberation by Mr. Singh, and that's where Steve Jobs' whole life comes into the picture. And most importantly, you've got to engage face to face. That's where the Apple also made buildings and environments that people used to interact, have impromptu communication, and they always chase perfection. So I'd like to end by saying that when in doubt, you should try and make funny faces. 2, your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude. That's where I'd like to end by saying, and thank you for a patient listening. Thank you so much.
I think everyone will agree that all three were very, very nice presentations and very well presented. Now, may I request Gagan sir to kindly sum up along with the comments on presentations.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to really congratulate the groups because it is a marvelous effort, and I really want to compliment everyone. I think I especially take great note in the fact that in the entire group, the great focus is laid on the ability to build self-belief. Ashwinderji, is my PPT visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want you to remember a very important thing, which is probably my last learning, which I wish to share about macro vision and macro action. And it's context-based. We have already the case study. So we all know that when Steve Jobs was given the charge, right at that moment, Apple was at the verge of bankruptcy. And there was really a low-lying situation where they were not good. He came up with iMac and achieved the historic achievement of making them black again. Things were going well till around the time when 9/11 shock happened. And everybody was saying that it is tricky and we should really have low-cost growth. So you have to look at this context. So I think just like right now, sometime back, Sachinji said, and it was a very beautiful quote, he said that it is in these moments of adversity, when life gives you a lemonade, you try to make a lemonade. I mean, beautifully said over there. The point being, most of the times, what will happen, and I'm not going to talk about the success later on because that is history now. Let me focus that when the world is feeling happy, thrilled, and everything, what is Steve Jobs worried about? Steve Jobs is worried that probably if we do not do anything beyond this, we will have a failure. The world says physical retail is dead. Steve Jobs says online has limited growth. World says Apple has no expertise. Steve Jobs says my customer doesn't know. And world says online is the future. He says we have to look beyond. So these are the kind of thoughts which come from vision. But there is a serious issue over here. When you have a grand vision, you are typically isolated. And in your life, whenever you will have a great idea, you will be the isolated leader. Why? Why should be a great leader be isolated? Simple reason, right here, right in front of you. I'm not going to go deep into the history here, but we all know that be it Galileo, Copernicus, Socrates, some of them were hanged, some of them were brutally savaged and troubled by the church or the respective authorities. Why? Answer was the vision. And what was their vision? What do a leader do which makes him or her to be isolated? They think ahead of time. They think before others. They are communicating something which is totally new. They are daring and different, and they are an energizing force. The moment you try to propagate something which is unheard of, which is something which is ahead of its time, which is very daring, very different, then everybody is having a worry which is colored in the lavender or the mauve color. No one's experienced it. There is generally a great rush. Stakeholders are skeptic. There is a risk appetite conflict. The board says, okay, it's good. We are breaking even. We are making $500 million. It's fine, Steve. What do you want? What more do you want? Status quo is beneficial for some. Vendors become very strong opponents. Oh, just now we were trying to make through this joint store. Now you want to make your own stores, or we will go bankrupt. So these lavender color, no one's experienced it. Time's a luxury. Stakeholders are skeptic, and status quo is good for many. So this makes a very ironic, paradoxical conundrum. That great vision, if you will have for your company, I want to start security services, I want to start a European office, I want to tie up with Africa. You will have clash with stakeholders. And most importantly, you'll fight your own self-doubts. And trust me, not all clashes have happy endings. So without going into detail over here, there are great legends which we can keep on talking about at length. However, not all visionary clashes have happy ending. People have different visions. We can't say A's vision is better than B, C's vision is better than D, but there are clashes. So what is important, my last lesson to all of you as I end this session is, it's not just important to have a macro vision, but a micro action. And what is micro action? The micro action concept is explained by the same word, Prince. You convince yourself, you convince others, and then you lead it perfectly. And for that, you have to remember what all of you have beautifully covered in your presentation already. So I'm not going to go deep into that because, as Dr. Saab said, you are all perfect. Your purpose, your resolve, your intuitions, your numbers, your courage, your enthusiasm. However, what I'm going to touch very quickly is, how do you make it micro? Because macro takes you to the board, it does not convince the board. Board is convinced by the prince of micro. And for that, I'm going to talk about 7 important actions which made Apple such a great success. And I think in some of your presentations, you have spoken about all of them. I'm going to come straight away to some minute things that Steve Jobs did, which made this history happen. So let's come to the micro prince right here. So what were the micro leadership principles of Steve's are summarized through this? Just give me 1 second, please. Yeah, right here. And I'm going to talk about 7 specific things that he did. He persuaded every single stakeholder. How did he persuade? Now, be careful here. Words honesty, integrity have to be seen in a context. He had this board, which was all vehemently opposing. However, he worked very closely with Millard because Millard was a bit neutral. So in a divided gang, you attack the weakest link. Please be careful. Being a leader is not about being Gautam Buddha. It's not about being Sarvgun Sampan Prabhu Sri Ram. It's about being Lord Krishna. So he attacked the weakest link and persuaded, of course, others also. Then he made Ed Woolard lead. Ed Woolard, although it's never scripted, quit. And a lot of people argue that it was because of opposition with Steve. So you have to find the weak link. That is what leaders do. Okay, he looks weak, I'm going to convert him. He looks too stiff, I'm going to fire him or do something about him. So engage and then accept challenge to demonstrate, but do it tactfully. We are not trying here to be Gautam Buddha. We are trying to be here Lord Krishna, like he said in Mahabharata. He Yudhishthir, युद्ध में साहस बल और क्षमता की नहीं छल की भी आवश्यकता है. Oh Lord Yudhishthira, it's not just courage, virtues and bravery, but it's also about tactful, shrewd approach. So remember, you tirelessly persuade. Second, like you've all said, hire talent externally, but then make a team with them. He had a bad experience with John Clary, so he literally had an absolutely great team with Ron because he didn't want a second disaster, so you hire from outside. Third, he worked with a core cross-functional team. A leader can be a great man, but not a Superman. Which is the team? Who are your 6 Shashi Kapoors? He had them right there. Ron, Larry, Lee, Millard, there were more, but I'm mentioning these 4 because they were very prominent. Who are those 6 which will truly allow you to be a leader of a co-working team? Walk with them, not lead from a higher pedestal. Then refine. Probably the greatest thing about Steve was he was continuously refining till he attained perfection. It is so exceptional that it is not replicated in many other companies, but it's a learning. learning to continue to review till you find the perfect thing. So he was there, not just as a doctor, but as a nurse too, which means it's not just conceiving the idea, but going into the minutest detail. And how did he do that? A legendary example, which there is a case study on this if you go to HBR. How did he design the staircase and patent it? He was absolutely particular which stone, which glass, what design. So in your practices, what are these fine areas that you have to focus on? Then the overall design of the store. There are funny stories about how he spent weeks designing the toilet signage. Okay, this should be the design on the toilet. So, I mean, it's just to put the things in context. And the marble, he went to absolutely vast stretch to find some specific one marble found in only one mine in Italy. So where are we going with this minuteness is the point. And lastly, the last point is going back to Elon Musk, that no great thing is achieved without hard work. Demonstrative leadership, what we learned from Mahatma Gandhi, that he said, you need to work nights. He did too. He said, you need to sacrifice weekends. He sacrificed too. He said, you need to be ready to kill yourself. And my last lines, my beloved MDB participants, well, he literally killed himself literally too. Like Rajesh Khanna and became legend. कि जिंदगी हमारी बड़ी होनी चाहिए, लंबी चाहे हो ना हो, and he died a tragic death at 56, but not before. He had led the greatest life with a real purposeful vision together with micro action. So please think about various such combinations that you have to do in your life, and you can take a screenshot, and this could be your last exercise, which could do, what is your purpose? What is your resolve, intuition? What numbers are you presenting? And try to implement prints, not just for macro vision, but for your micro action too. So with those words, I like to end my session and hand the forum back to respected Dr. Saab. So Dr. Saab, I recommend now. Any final thoughts or anything? Then?
Yes, sir. If you could stop share, sir. And thank you very much, sir. Thank you very, very much. And we have CA Padmavati.
Kya chal raha hai?
Jignesh ji wanted to say something? No. Okay, may I have CA Padmavati KG to kindly give the vote of thanks.
Very good evening, Gagan sir, Ashminder sir, and all fellow participants. Gagan sir, it was such a wonderful session throughout, with your energy not dipping even for a minute. It all started right from the day you gave us the case. We all started working in groups. The team bonding actually, it was very good. And everyone submitted on time. And there you acted as a leader. You took all extra time, extra effort to review them, evaluate them, give feedbacks to each and every presentation and each and every slide. To be very frank, that inspired all of us here a lot, sir. Thank you so much. You started this session with stories. Who will not love stories, whatever age you are? Started with the tale of two lions. I think everyone got glued to their seats from then on. The story, of course, had a moral. Being successful alone means nothing if you're not chasing big goals. And then we had games. All these gave us insight as to what we are, where we are, and where we should be going. Everything you summed up with these SMART principles: shift, stretch, and achieve the goals. Macro vision and micro action. Alliances across hierarchy. You taught us today to pick the right Shashi Kapoors for us to become the perfect leaders. Role models, time management. You emphasize that a leader should have complete dedication and focus. I'm sure all of us have great learnings to take back today, and we're all full of Josha. Thank you so much. I thank ICAI and Ashminder sir for giving us this platform to learn and mold ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Padmavati ji. And thank you very much, Gagan sir. I think all of us would like to give you a big hand. Thank you very much, sir. And now, yeah. Sir, if you want, you can continue to remain, listen to the best part, or if you want, you may leave at your choice.
Thank you so much, sir. And my best wishes and blessing, and may you all be great, smart leaders. And always remember to be a struggling lion in life. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Then with your valued permission, I'll take your leave, and I hope to see you someday very soon.
Great, sir. Great.
All the best. Love you all. God bless you. Bye-bye.
So I know each one of you is a struggling lion. The way, whether you are struggling or not, I'm sure I make you struggle. So that brings in the Josh. So how's the Josh now?
Hi, sir.
Hi, sir.
Hi, sir. Great.
Hi, sir.
Great. So may I have already put two presentations, two case studies, sorry. And those two case studies, the case study 1 is for team 1 to 5. Please note this. For team 1 to 5 is case study 1. And for team 6 to 10, it is case study 2. You have the case questions in the case study itself. It's a very simple case studies. There will be presentations being made, but the groups like we decided today, I'll try to give to other groups in the next time so that they get a chance. But we always choose the best group also. So you all agree that Javed ji did put in a lot of intellectual effort. Yes or no?
Yes.
So all the
Thank
three
you. Actually, it was
Agree,
a
agree,
team
sir.
effort. It was totally a team effort, and our leader, it was more from him also. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I feel that everyone put in effort, and I think every presentation came from the heart. So I think all three deserve a huge round of applause. A huge round of applause. Great. God bless each one of you. We'll come back after 15 minutes. Remember, submission time is Tuesday, 9 p.m. Howard time, not 1 second late. God bless you all. We'll meet in 10 minutes, 16:25. So should we get back?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Great, sir. So can I have everyone's camera video on, please? I have the privilege to introduce Haresh Advani ji, 20+ years of experience, electronics engineer, and his major exposure has been in capability development. The organizations that he's worked for are America Online, AXA, Future Group, and the focus area has been training and assessment centers. His workshops have been conducted for last 10 years on leadership, team building, sales services, negotiation, facilitation skills. In fact, there are many areas of leadership that he has covered. He's got certifications from Hogan's, from Blue Ocean, strategy from CDEP, change management from ProSci, US, and also coaching training from CLI Canada. He has been mentoring and coaching young managers. Without taking any more time, may I request Haresh Advani ji to kindly come and take the center stage. Sir, your time starts now.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Bell, I will need to be able to share my screen.
Sir, you are already a co-host. I'll just have a look again, whether by chance it has gone off.
Sure.
Yes, sir, it's gone off. Probably it was logged in and logged out again. Now it's on, sir. Back
All right.
again.
Thank you so much. Right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to your session on the leader's window. Right. I noticed that a lot of us have actually gone ahead and completed the self-assessment on leadership. There were a couple of folks who unfortunately did not have the tally done in terms of the final scores. But anyway, that said, we could go ahead and look at what the scores look like as we move along in the session. So the way the session is going to be focused is largely we're going to look at the different leadership styles that we're talking about. Post that, we will take a look at certain cases. How do we apply this leadership style? Post that, we look at the follower styles and we look at a few cases over there too. With that, moving on. Basically, this is what I've been talking about. Leaders normally operate under two key dimensions, and that is directive and supportive leadership. My question, what is your understanding of directive and supportive leadership? Anybody in the room, please go ahead, unmute yourselves and speak up.
Directive leadership is nothing but leading the team and giving directions to the subordinates. That's what that's a leadership quality. And supportive leadership is nothing but taking the team along and being supportive to the entire team. It's basically give and take. Ideas are exchanged, one person will execute. It's not some kind of authoritative leadership skill.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I had Ashwarya raise his hand. Can you please share what you've got to?
Yes, actually, it was actually similar to what Sujata ji covered. Means directive leadership is like giving more of a direction that what to be done and what not to be do. It's like maybe like a monitor, I can say. And supportive leadership is like getting involved in everything and being a supportive type of, means being actively involved in everything along with the team.
Okay, so almost out there. I wouldn't say no to your responses. Let's just quickly take a look at what you're talking about. So directive is more in terms of telling the people what to do, when to do, how to do it, why they should or shouldn't do certain things. So that's really the directive part of it. The supportive leadership is where you tend to listen to people for concerns. You ask a lot of questions. It's a very inclusive kind of a methodology that you would have. And you help people make decisions rather than get involved, so to speak. And also kind of give people a lot of feedback and develop them. Okay, so that's really the two dimensions of leadership. Now, when you take these two dimensions and we kind of plot them, 4 styles emerge out of these, known as style 1, 2, 3, 4, or S1, S2, S3, S4. The way it goes, the plotting is, if you look at it, on the y-axis, we have supportive behavior going from low to high, and on the x-axis, we've got directive behavior going from low to high. And what these mean, I will talk about in a bit. Style 1, right? This basically talks about high direction and low support. In this kind of a scenario, what tends to happen is that the leader decides alone. They tell the employee or the team members what to do, when and why. The employee is recognized for complying with directions, right? Now, there's a lot of us who have actually been seen as the S1 style. Does anybody remember over here who's an S1 style?
Authoritative.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Authoritative.
In a manner of speaking, yes, you could say authoritative, right? But does anybody in this group remember their dominant style being S1 or style 1? Those of us who've done the assessment. Would you all be okay if I share your results, at least some of them at random?
Sure.
Is everybody
Yes,
comfortable?
please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I'm going to read out the dominant.
Please proceed.
Or predominantly which style people have had in terms of the S1. So we've got a Mayank Agarwal. You've got a Manish Agarwal. Actually, we've got a lot of Agarwals today. You've also got Manav Jan, Prashant, just to name a few. These are some of the people who we've had who've shown a predominantly a style 1 leadership, right? Now, question, when would you tend to use this style? What are the advantages and possibly the negative fallouts of using a style like this? Anybody?
When there is a project management, then this type of a style is good.
All project management?
This style will work in army and things like that. When The goals are defined and then you just have to go and do it. There is no thinking if a soldier will think at the border when the direction was given to fire or not, then it could be a problem.
Could be used in the manufacturing or where manufacturing.
Actually, it's got nothing to do with the industry.
When we deal with a lot of freshers.
Depends, depends at what stage the growth of the company, or what stage the company is in this life cycle, infancy or, growth stage, or, or sometimes when you're in crisis stage. So I guess sometimes where you're in real crisis and you need to steer the ship out of that, storm, I guess at this stage, as a leader, what are the clear directions and how we want to take the, ship ahead. And that's where I guess S1 leadership would matter.
Okay, fair enough. So that's a fair point. Largely, if you look at this particular style, this is used when you have a new employee on board. Because they don't know the system. They don't know the organization, right? They don't know the processes probably that we have over here. So at that point, it's important for us to follow the leadership style. We're saying somebody had a response better for people with lesser skills. Yes, that's good. Maybe the style would be more suited for team leaders in BPO industry for routine transaction. Actually, quite the other way around. Team leaders in the BPO world or in the BPO world, when you have routine transactions, using a style one does not really work very well, largely because the work itself is monotonous. And if you use a very directive style, then you would tend to lose people very quickly. So probably not the best style for team leaders in general and generalizing for the BPO world. Right? Yes, Swaminathan?
Yeah, I remember you telling us saying that this style one is primarily used, which is, high in direction and low in support for employees who have newly joined the organization where they need direction and they don't know the process and procedures. I understand that. Right. But why would it not be a low? Why would it be a low support? Don't you think that employees joining new would actually need a lot of support as they get into the organization? So high direction, I understand, but what do you mean by low support? I just want to clarify that.
Let me just go back here for a second. What we are saying is, at this point, you don't listen for too many concerns. You may, but not too much. You may not be asking a lot of questions. You may be actually providing more direction, right? You do not help them make decisions. You actually make the decision on your own, right, which is where the support factor comes in low. When I'm saying support over here, I'm talking about supportive leadership, not support to the individual to perform the task.
Got it.
So that's what we're referring to. Okay. So out here, if you look at it, or if somebody is, somebody was talking about a high pressure time. Yes, that can happen. If there's a project that you're working on, which is very high visibility, the stakes are very high, and you obviously have to be a part of that project, and you may adopt to a large extent a style one approach in terms of leadership. Fair enough. Any thoughts on this? Okay, I will take silence as an indicator to move on. So style two, does anybody remember their own style from the assessment of style two?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Awesome, good.
Yeah.
So here, the leader decides with inputs from the team member. Please note, the decision-making is still retained with the leader. It hasn't gone. Okay. The decision-making remains with the leader, but the leader decides with inputs from the team member, listens to them, and then influences them. What are the people recognized for? The team members or the employees for the quality of inputs that they would provide. Now, why are we saying this? We're saying, look, at this point, if you look at it in terms of the maturity to do a task, if I was at 0 months at S1 and I'm probably at 3 months at S2, I may be getting better at doing my particular task, but I'm not all there. And that's one of the reasons when I retain my leader would retain the decision making with themselves, but go ahead and hear me out because I may actually have some valid points to make. This is also known as the cell mode of sorts, where you have to actually influence the individual to start kind of contributing a little more. Any thoughts, any questions on this?
Is this the best style of leadership?
I'm sorry?
Is this the best style of leadership?
Good question. And I will answer that in a little while, if you don't mind.
Okay, because the case which you have mentioned, most of them were for the people who are a bit experienced within the organization and all. So basically, if we keep the human first or workforce first, and if we listen to them and then make a strategy for them to do their work, maybe a successful mantra there.
Possible, but we'll come down to that in a little more detail. Just give me a few more minutes and I will address that part. Yeah. Again, so some of the folks who've had the S2 style in the dominant side. So Sapan has that, Amit S2 dominant, Javed S2 along with S3, of course. Mukesh is an S2 and Avantika S2. And Vimal Chauhan, what I have over here is S1 along with S2, right? That doesn't mean that the other folks don't have it. Some of you all do have it, but it may not be a dominant style. It may be a secondary style in terms of your actual assessment. So moving on from here to the next style is the style 3. Now, this is also referred to as the coaching style. What happens here is invariably the leader does not make decisions. The leader enables, coaches the employee or the team member to make a decision. So there's a lot of listening that happens here. Now this, if you look at it, has high support and low direction. So, Swaminathan, I hope you kind of are able to now connect with this fact that when we say, the difference between high support and low support.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So the point is over here, there's a lot more support required in terms of coaching, listening, and guiding the person to arrive at a solution rather than giving them the solution. Right. And recognition is provided for the employee coming and seeking support from the leader. We have a fair number of people again on this side, if you look at it. So Ashwarya Agarwal, you're an S3. Ratan Kumar, Sapan is an S2, S3. Javed S2, S3. Rijo S3. Sanjay Bharti is an S3. Sachin S3. And quite a few others who also got it on the secondary style. Moving on to the fourth style, which is also known as the delegating style, low direction and low support. This is when the individual, the team member, has enough experience with that particular task and does not need any motivation, does not need any direction. You hand over the task, you delegate it, and the person does it and comes back to you. Right? Minimal supervision, maybe just a couple of, touch base or follow-up sessions out there, and you're good to go. And that's where the people are recognized for taking initiative and doing the task on their own. Now, let me just address two things over here. One, is S2 the best style? Is S1 the best style? Is S3 or S4 the best style? The funny part about this is it's all situational. There is no best style. There's no good style. There's no bad style. Depending on the situation that you are in, you will use that relevant style. Ideally, right? Ideally, so it's like this, all right? Let's take a look at my example and assume that I'm reporting into one of you all. Other than basic math, I'm pretty much zero at whatever you all do. Okay, let's set that as a ground rule. Assume I'm on your team, I've joined your team, and what's the style that you would use with me for the first, let's say, month or so? or 2-3 months, whatever. What's the style that you would use with me?
S1, yeah.
You use an S1, right? After that, once I've kind of gotten better at the same task, not at any other task, at the same task, once I've gotten better, you would not, your natural movement would be over here to a style 2, right? After a while, you say, okay, you know what, Harish, this guy is not bad. He's doing fairly well. And I think at that same task again, Harish has gotten a lot better. But Harish comes to me with a problem. Now, what happens when Harish comes to you with a problem at this stage, at S2? When I come to you with a problem over here, what do? How would you interact with me based on this graph?
Provide direction.
Correct. So if I come to you with a problem, you'll probably tell me, hey, Harish, you know what? You need to do this, and this issue will go away. Fair enough? We're all on the same page?
Correct.
Okay. Now, from here, you've moved into an S3, and I come to you with a problem. What are you going to tell me?
Expect you to come up with some solutions.
Correct. So you start asking me a lot of questions, a lot more than you would have asked me in the S2 mode. You'll ask me a lot more questions, more open questions and more leading questions to help me find the answer. Okay. If you're using this style over here with me, you're basically, you're saying, look, Harish, you know the deal. Why don't you just go and finish the job? I don't have to guide you on this. Okay. So, is there a best style? No. Are there multiple ways of using your style? Yes. Okay. Now, why did I keep saying the same task over and over? For each task, every individual has a different maturity level. And maturity is nothing but a combination of my ability and my willingness, which means my skill and my will. Right? I may be very good at one particular task. My skill levels may be very high, but there could be another task that you give me where my skill levels are fairly low. For example, if you ask me to deliver a leadership session, I would probably say I'm at an M3, if not an M4. But if you ask me to look up a balance sheet and tell you what's wrong with it, I'm probably at an M-5. Right? And that's the maturity level we're talking about. Hence, that's the kind of a sequence you want to look at, or a kind of a situation you want to look at, which is purely task-based and my skill with respect to that particular task. Does that make sense to everybody? Is everybody on the same page here? Got any questions, any thoughts?
Will it mean that leaders who deal with a diverse set of people will have to have leadership skills which will match to each set of people, or people who will handle different verticals or responsible for different groups with different maturity levels and different reportees and all? So they will have to have a different approach to each of those people.
You will need to have a different approach to each individual based on each task.
Yeah.
It's both individual and task dependent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So that's how it works.
But I have a basic question.
Yeah.
When we adapt different techniques according to the situation, will it not our basic nature come out in decision making, or our leadership quality will it not exhibit? Because I am of the view that your originality will come out whatever may be the situation.
Yes, that's a good point. And that's where you need to practice a lot.
Okay. Okay.
Look, I'm not denying this, all right? If my natural tendency is to be a person who's providing high direction every single time, then somewhere, if I see an issue, my tendency is to jump in and say, okay, move out. I know how to handle this. All right. And I take it on. What are the pitfalls of something like this? If I was to do something like this, what am I doing wrong?
You end up doing everything, no?
I'm like a candle burning from both ends.
Yeah.
Right? Second, the next time the problem comes, what's going to happen?
The staff is going to throw back at you.
Yeah, they're going to say, hey, I've got this great guy who's willing to solve all the problems. Let him go and do it.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen is my staff, my employees, they do not get developed enough. I'm stunting the growth and development, the thought process of my people. And if I'm doing that, then I'm doing all the work that I am not supposed to do, which means I'm a loss to the organization. Right? And this is where a lot of people actually tend to have this tendency of saying, oh my God, I work 10 hours a day and I'm burnt out. Hey, you know what? You burnt yourself out. And additionally, you have caused or you have actually committed a greater sin of not developing others and not allowing others to learn from their mistakes. You know, in most leadership sessions, I always ask a lot of my participants, I ask them a simple question. Is there anybody in this room who has never made a mistake in their life? Professionally, let's keep it professional for now. Anybody in this room who has never made a single mistake in their professional life?
Go on.
So what I'm getting is there has been somebody who has allowed you to learn from that mistake and grow. Would I be right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Then what gives us the right to take away that opportunity from somebody else?
Great, sir.
Right. If I have been given that opportunity and I have been allowed to grow at this level, at this stage, I should pass that on. That's my job as a leader. Which actually brings me to the next thing, which talks about your leadership styles and what happens when you overuse them or you use them inappropriately. Your directing style becomes dominating. If you overuse the directing style, somebody said authoritative a little while back. If you're overusing the directing style, you're becoming very dominating. And nobody likes to work with a person who's very dominating, right? If you're becoming a problem-solving person every single time, then you're becoming over-involved. Additionally, you're not allowing your own people to think and learn how to solve problems. Growth stunting happening again over there. The developing style, if you're going to overuse your S3, if you're always on the lookout for people to come to you, to bounce things off with you, and you want to give them guidance and stuff like that, you could have a lot of people who would abuse that, right? Or misuse that. And, you know, you could become over accommodating and just start listening to people's cribs unnecessarily. That's the flip side of it. Delegation, if not used appropriately in terms of not having enough follow-up, enough points of touch base, can become abdication of a task, which again is a very dangerous area to be in. So these are the various things that happen when you overuse your particular style. So it's always great to rely on your strengths, but overuse of your strengths can actually lead to becoming your own weakness. Is there anybody who would like to discuss anything a little more about their own leadership style or what they've seen? Anything that you want to bounce off?
Is that you have to first? Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Sanjay. So, you know, there is also with respect to a generation change, because, you know, we are now seeing the next generation of chartered accountants, or maybe, so their thought policy with respect to work, life, everything is far different from what we had. So for that, what is that you would like to us to change with respect to the people like us who are the managers of them right now?
It's a beautiful question. And I was actually talking about this a few weeks ago. Look, it's like this. Your Gen X and your Gen Y and now your Gen Z that you've got, their focus on rewards and loyalty, etc., is very, very different from what we have.
Yes.
Right? I'll give you my example. My father worked with the same organization for about 38 or 40 years. My brother worked with one organization for about 13 years and moved to the sister concern. And he's been there, I think, for about 20 years or something like that. Black sheep of the family, kept jumping 3.5 years, right? And these people could never fathom what is wrong with this individual. Why is he going on moving jobs? But I said, look, for me, it's learning. I need to learn in another industry. You know, I want to move from industry one to the other one, to the third one, to the fourth one. I want to learn in my field, what can I contribute later in the different industries? And they said, look, we don't get you, right? My brother still doesn't, okay? But my whole point is, there's no concept of loyalty actually today. Now, I actually tell several people, you want loyalty, get a dog. You won't find loyalty anywhere else. The reward system is very, very different. What we would appreciate at one time possibly would be, you know, an appreciation or, you know, a raise in a salary or something like that. But these folks, they don't care about these things, right? Our satisfaction in life was probably, I need one house of my own. That was the ultimate goal. These people don't care about these things. Their motivators are very different. So what I'm trying to get at over here is, it's very important to understand the motivators of these folks.
Okay.
And a little more kind of research on the Gen X, Gen Z, etc., would really help understand how to work with them a lot better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
I face this issue. I mean, in spite of the fact that I'm not that old, I have an issue when it comes to my kids.
Yeah.
You know, their thought about of life is extremely radically different. And I'm pretty sure most of us who've got kids would face it at home too. Sometimes you just resign to it and say, okay, fine, do what you want.
True.
You know, additionally, look at the options that we had growing up when we were studying. What were the options you had? You either became a doctor or an engineer, right? Or in your case, a chartered accountant. These are the three options you had. Multiply that by at least 20 today. Can you imagine any one of us going to our parents and saying, I want to make singing my career? We wouldn't have been sitting in this workshop. You wouldn't have survived 5 minutes beyond that, right? But the point is, today that has become a career. And I say that from experience because my daughter is studying to make that her career. And it's you just got to manage these things, and you just got to kind of change or retune yourself, I guess, to a large extent.
Okay.
So I hope that answers your question. In the meantime,
sorry. I think I will again ask. So
Yeah.
what is your recommendation? Because from time to time and from person to person, the motivation things keeps on changing. And as a leader, you have a team of people who comes from different background, different religion. So what kind of leadership we need to have? Say for the same age group, you will have people who's coming from urban area, who's coming. So who will be very happy to have a salary end of the month. But there may be a person who is coming from a background where even whatever best you do, you find that he's not motivated. But as a leader, what is the recommendations?
Okay. So here's the thing. It's a little difficult to talk about a person coming from an urban or a semi-urban or a rural background and what. See, there may be a case where a person coming from an urban background may have great skill but low desire. And we all know that's probably the worst kind of person to work with. Anybody who's got high skill but low on desire is the most difficult person to manage and get work out of, right? Anybody who's got high desire and low skill, very easy to work with. Give them the skill and they're out there. You may have a person from a rural background who's low on skill but high on desire. You have to work according to that. Look at the skill and the desire element and then work on those lines is what I'm suggesting out here, rather than, which background the person is from. Does that help answer?
Yeah, but still, then you are having a big team, and then you need to understand what kind of person and then what kind of need he have, and then you have to change the leadership style every day, every moment with each person, or because the team size is not limited to 5, 10. It's a very big team, and then they will have their subordinates. So I was just wondering whether.
So I guess if you've got about 8 or 10 people, and those 10 people have got their own respective team members, you need to be a little blessed that you're working only with 10 people and not all, 30 of them. So that's one. But it is important. And also look at it this way, right? You are going to have a situation of, let's say you've got 10 people on your team. You are going to have a situation where you're probably going to have 2, 3 people of the same maturity level, etc. And we will also look at follower styles in the second part of the session, which will help clarify these few things.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So it's not just the leadership style, it's also the followership style that comes into play. I had Sachin and Deepak raise their hand.
Yes, sir. So, you talk about how one need to, use of whatever style that they are using. So, over dependency on a particular style may be maybe a trouble. So, how can one, switch in and switch out to another style from, particular situation? So, how can we do that?
There's no formula for that, my friend, unfortunately. That's where you need to kind of do your assessment of your respective people and look at scenarios, look at the situation, look at what's the environment at that point in time, and then take a decision. Right? There's no formula for this, unfortunately.
Okay, sir.
Right. Sachin, you had a question.
Yeah, so the earlier offer of reviewing my style still is open.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, so I was just looking at my scores. So they're spread across 1, 2, and 4, that 13, 14, 16 respectively. So will that call confused?
13, 14,
and 16. So okay, so this is 13 in 1, 14 in 2, 7 in 3, and 16 in 4. So will you call me confused, or what would you?
So it can possibly confuse your team member at times, is what I would like to say over here. Rajesh, do you have a similar score that you want to talk about? Or is this what you want to talk about also?
No.
Okay, so can I just wrap this up and then I'll come back to you?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So look at what's happening right now is that you delegate to me, right? And then for some reason you move into this style. Am I right? No, you move into this style, right? Your secondary score is where?
So if I look at my score, the dominant one is S4, which is 16.
Okay.
Then the second one is S2, which is 14. And S1 comes a close 13.
Okay, so you're basically following this.
I don't know. I was bad at geometry, actually.
Yeah, okay, don't worry. We'll break it down. What you're doing is you start by delegating a task to me. If at all I come to you with some sort of a challenge or a roadblock or a question, what tends to happen is, largely, what you tend to do is you go into either of these two zones. You tend to move into either of these two zones. Whereas, if you had moved into this zone and coached me over here, helped me find this solution and sent me back, things would have been perfect. But now what's happening is you've delegated, I come to you, you take the decision. You tell me what to do. So I go back here. The next time I face the same problem, I'm going to come back to you. You're going to tell me what to do. You're going to send me back here. And it's going to be a repetitive process.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then what's going to happen is you're going to say, why doesn't this guy get it? What's up with him?
Solution?
You know, typical things we hear. How many times should I tell you? The problem is you have told me so many times. You haven't helped me find it out.
So how do you address that?
You stop doing that. You stop telling me. You help me find the answer.
Thanks. Thanks for the input.
Right. Cool. No problem. Okay, we got a couple more, 3 more people who raised their hands. So Rajesh, let's go to your question first, since I promised to come back to you.
Yes. I was trying to compartmentalize this for the newcomers, for your children, for in case of newcomers, when it is not a low transactional job and it involves more application of the mind. And the people who are coming in with emotions, and they are coming in with the aspirations. Then I personally have found to start with S3 rather than the other leadership styles in order to understand. S3, I found that it is best to understand the background.
I don't think that's bad. Look, if it's working for you, it's working for you. One of the reasons that this is probably happening very well is because these people are very familiar with the kind of task they're supposed to do. They have enough experience.
Okay.
Right. So that is a major possibility.
Okay. And the second one, in case of children, like you rightly said, at some point in time, you finally get resigned to the fact and let them do what they desire to do. In that case also, I found that S3 becomes a dominant style where you listen, understand, and let them do what they want to do. And in between, very low direction.
Yeah, low direction, yes, because in my case, for example, what I have done is I said, okay, I've heard them out, saying, okay, this is what you want to do, this is what you're interested in, all of this, excellent. So how do you plan on going about it? What's your action plan? Right. So I don't know. Okay, so do you want me to give you some pointers? So give them the pointers, go find out, come back. Right. So, hey, these are the other 2-3 people who I know, who you also know, who are musicians. Why aren't you in touch with them? Okay. So nudge a little bit, ask questions a little bit, nudge a little bit. That's the way you want to take it. That's what's worked for me so far.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, cool. So we've got Srinivas, we've got Ashwarya and Vignesh also. Srinivas, let's go with you first.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand how will this classification of the leadership style help us to manage time better? And then also, for example, in my context, my rating indicates that most of my ratings are between S2, S3, and then some portion in S4, very less of S1, but it's mostly between S2 and S3. So what does it indicate? How will it impact my time management, and how will it impact the difficulty in managing between these 3 categories? Is that an issue, or it is something that we should be used to?
It is a concern if you're spending a lot of your time in S2 because you're doing somebody else's job. Right. If you're spending more time in S3 and then in S4, your burnout chances are lesser.
Okay. So I need to evaluate S2.
Yeah. See, what's happening possibly is that if for some reason you have people coming in and asking you questions and you're solving it for them, then what's happening is you're doing their job, right? And that's probably not going to help you much. Because in the long run, they're going to keep coming back to you. Fair enough?
Thank you.
By the way,
in terms of time management,
sorry, one second. I just want to complete.
In terms of time management?
In terms of time management, the lesser time you spend solving other people's problems, your time is yours. The more you delegate, your time is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Just for everybody's information, I have posted a link to a PDF which can help you. Oh, did I send it just to one person? No, I sent it to everybody. So which will help you look at the generations and how do you work with different generations? What are the different motivators, etc. It's a research paper actually that I had gone through some time back. I just located the link and I thought I'd send it across to you all. So it's there in the chat box. Right. Okay, I've got another message. When every leadership style has your respective advantage and disadvantage as well, what is your suggestion as to drawing an effective balance between all the leadership styles? Once again, it's a question of am I using the right style at the right time with the right person? That's pretty much the short answer to it. I have one more that says 727.5. Okay, I don't know how you got decimals, but that's inaccurate. Basudev, that's inaccurate because you only have positive integers.
In one of the style, I gave 2.5, 2.5.
Yeah, you cannot. You can only do positive integers and no decimals. Right. So you'll have to probably rework that a little bit and figure it out. Okay, moving on to Ashwarya, you have a question.
Yes, I just wanted to know, like, if you have mentioned 4 styles of leadership, so is this important because leader comes across various situations, maybe always a different kind of situation in his career. So is it important to follow a single form of leadership, or it all varies as per the situation? Because suppose someone has got 16 or 17 in a single point, but we have to follow a different type of means as per the situation, we have to follow the style which is needed at that point of time.
Absolutely. So the point is, if you use just one style of leadership, you become ineffective. The more you kind of move along these 4 quadrants in the right manner with the right person at the right time, you become a more effective leader.
So means I wanted to know means what is the purpose of this assignment? Means does this show, suppose there is a particular style which I got the highest point. So does this show this is the style of my leadership, or what does this
It basically
show?
says that's predominantly the style you tend to follow.
Okay.
And more so, it becomes a natural trait of yours when you are under pressure.
Because in my case, I got almost similar score, means 16 and 17 in S1 and S3. S1 is 16 and S3 is 17, which is 2 opposite styles.
Exactly. So what you're doing is you're oscillating between these 2.
Yes.
Okay. So on one hand, you're providing direction, but under pressure, you slip into this mode. So the employee who was being given guidance and direction to find the answer is suddenly told, sit down, do what I'm telling you to do. And that causes a lot of confusion in their mind. Okay.
Fine.
All right. Cool. Thanks. Vignesh, moving on to you.
Yeah. Good evening. So for me, S3 I have 31. S2 I have 10 and S4 I have 7. So S1 I hardly have. Couple of observations which I understood from this is it's been a couple of years or 3 years since I started dealing with entry-level people. Only we have managers to deal with them and the next level to deal with them. And now I more work towards more work with the second line for each of the vertical. Whichever vertical we have developed, I'm just having a second line to, they becoming a leaders for that vertical asset. So is my getting 31 in S3 being justified by that way, and not getting 2 at S1 is justified that way? Can I see that?
I was actually a little stunned to see that score of 31. I've not seen anybody get that kind of a score in S3 or in any one single style. So I would probably want to relook at the way you've kind of done this. Because 31 in an S3 style, unless you're the kind of an individual who, irrespective of what the situation is, you help the person find the answer and send them away.
That's what I've been doing for the last 3 to 4 years now. So I've started as not dealing with entry-level people at all, and we are just grooming the people in the next level to take what I'm doing and leave it to them, and I take the next level of things. So because S2 was not at all there, and I was thinking, no, since I was not dealing with any entry-level people, that trait could have, I'm not using it for at least for the 2 to 3 years now. And now if I, at times I start to sit with entry-level people, I'm not able to, that becomes a stress when we took other exercise, which is more stressing and which is more beneficial to you, that I marked as a stress dealing with entry, because I've not done it for a few years. So.
Right. So I guess what's happened in your case is because you've got fairly experienced people, it's been kind of relatively comfortable for you to manage them. But now with the not so experienced people, I think it's becoming a bit of a challenge, and you're not the kind of a person who likes to tell people what to do.
But as you said, at times, when you're more in the S3, they take it for kind of grander, because you being there every time supporting. So it becomes at times you're being involved, rather you're so approachable. So.
Yeah, you need to keep that little bit of a line and make sure that, you tell them that there are only certain times that I'm going to be available, and I can't be available for everything at every time. You'll have to draw that line somewhere in the sand.
But that's what is difficult, because we try to motivate, saying that, you need to, we help them think and we help them do it. So at times when they're at pressure, they fall back to you saying that they need that kind of a support. So.
I get it. Do this. Why don't you try and figure out if they're coming back to you for the same issue, or is it a different issue?
Not the same issue.
Not the same issue? You probably need to look at assigning them a mentor or something to take some piece of yours back. You may want to look at that.
Okay.
Right? Assign like a senior person who's well-versed and who can manage that kind of a scenario for you. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do your job.
Okay.
Yeah. Becoming overly approachable is also a bit of a challenge. It's very nice to be approachable, but overly approachable to the extent where you can't do your work, yeah, you want to probably avoid that.
At times, they take things for granted, or being easy on that side. So where you're not able to do the S1 at all, because you're being totally on this side and you're not able to get to the authoritative mode at all. You lose the benefit of doing it.
So try and move into the S4 or the S2. Look at how you can move in there. Yeah, that might help a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, great. Okay, Sujata, we've got you.
Yes, sir. I'm just a bit confused because my score is 13, 13, 8, and 16. So
you're an S1, you're an S2, and you're an S4.
Yeah.
You're the same triangle like, I guess we had Rajesh, or who was it? Or was it Sachin? I'm not sure. I don't.
He was Sachin.
All right. So your situation is the triangle again. But in your case, what's probably happening is you provide direction, you listen, you may then delegate the task, but the moment they face a problem, you immediately jump in and start providing direction again.
Exactly.
So here's what's happening. Instead of allowing the person to find the solution, you're taking over. Right? Now, there's a reason for why you want to take over. High visibility, time pressure. Maybe there is also some sort of, maybe you place too much of a premium on accuracy.
No, see, there are certain tasks which requires some kind of precision, and we cannot experiment with our clients' work because, I mean, the nature of work is so.
I get it.
But still we end up delegating it. There are certain work which I have to do. Say, for example, if I'm a surgeon, I cannot delegate that work. As a doctor, I need to do. But still, I delegate. If something goes wrong, again, I take back. That is the position we are in.
Right. So put yourself in the employee's shoes. Let's say I've given you a task, all right? For whatever reason, for whatever thing, you made a couple of mistakes on that particular assignment. And I take it back from you, I take it away from you. How do you feel at that point?
Obviously disappointed.
And that's what's happening to the team.
Yeah.
Okay. But if I was to sit you down, all right, and say, hey, Sujata, let's take a look at what you've done. You know, these are the 3 areas where I think you've done a great job. When I come down to these 2 areas, I want to understand what went wrong over here. Okay. That's a very different approach that you have. And that's one where you will not feel disappointed. You start learning what you shouldn't be doing the next time. Now, is it easy to do? No, it's not. Especially for a person who feels that the client's work is God's work and I need to make sure it's 100% accurate, all of that. Fine. Is it worthwhile to do? Yes, it is. Because 2-3 months down the line, you're not going to have to sit with that individual again.
Exactly.
But you need to invest those 2-3 months. You need to invest that time. Otherwise, what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to make yourself redundant. And if you don't make yourself redundant, you will never climb. That's another thing with all of us who have so much premium on accuracy that we want to, you know, do the job ourselves and make sure it's 100% correct and accurate. We are reducing our ability to grow in life along with others' ability. So I can do this better or nobody can do this better than me will ensure that you remain in the same position for a very long time. And that's the naked truth as far as I can tell you.
Okay.
Right? So you have to make it a point to invest time. I don't normally like being prescriptive, but in this particular scenario, I'm going to have to say this. You have to invest time in helping the other person get coached and learn from their mistakes so that they don't happen again. And you're able to kind of, you know, get onto other things in life too. It's a necessity of leadership.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I guess that's all we have, or okay, should I check for your question? Vignesh, yeah, you may want to relook at it a little bit.
Should I be doing it scenario, each situation wise, or how should it be done? If any?
I'd probably request you to kind of redo this at another time, and maybe you and I can connect offline separately.
Sure.
Right. There was another request saying that it would be great if you can take out some time and give feedback on individual leadership style and areas of improvement. Shekhar, I would love to do that. As usual, I am constrained with time because I'm supposed to let you all go around 7 o'clock in the evening, roughly. So we've also got a few other things on the agenda. My request again would be to connect with me one-on-one. I'll be happy to help you. I hope that addresses your concern or question. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, time for a little bit of the case study piece. Have you all received a Word document or a PDF with the cases, etc.? You should have received something that had close to around 20 odd pages. Have you received that?
Is it today, Arish?
I don't know when it would have been sent to you.
This should have got updated in the learning portal as a study material.
Leadership responsibility, sir?
Global Green Book.
Is it the one?
Is it Global Green?
No, it's not Global Green at all. It says Leaders Window. It was posted, it's a Word file, about 42 pages.
Yeah, it's there. It's there.
Okay, great. Excellent. So here's what we're going to do very quickly is we have about, Dr. Bell? Bell. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and set up some breakout. Okay, I'm setting up 9 breakout rooms, right? The way this is going to work is breakout room 1 will have case 1, breakout room 2 will have case 2, so on and so forth, all the way to breakout room 9. Once the breakout rooms are ready, I will announce at least 2 participants' name from each breakout room. So please remember that when I call out 1, 2, 3, 4, please do share the case. Here we go. I have just created the rooms. Room 1, Alok, Avantika, Jignesh, and the rest of the team are part of room 1. Room 2, Abhilash, Ajay Raj.
We cannot see it over the screen.
You cannot right now. Hold on for a second. I'm just reading out the names so that you all are aware. Room 2 is Abhilash, Ajay Raj, Ashwarya, Neelam Salvi, etc. Room 3 is AK Nayak, Balaji, Pratik, and the team. Room 4 is Javed, Komal, Krishnan, etc. Room 5, Sunil Garg, Manavjan, Mukesh, etc. Room 6, Chetan, Gaurav, Raghunath, and team. Room 7 is Basudev, Chandresh, Kanaya, and team. Room 8, Amit, Mahendra, Manish Agarwal, Prashant, and team. And let me see what I got for room 9. Room 9, I've got Ratan Kumar, Jitendra, Narayan, Ravi, and team. So once again, each of you all are now going to be moved into these respective rooms. Room 1 will take case 1, room 2, case 2, room 3, case 3, so on and so forth until room 9, case 9. Does anybody have any clarifications for this?
Can you share the names on the screen so that we are clear who's with who?
The file name is Leaders Window 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Sorry, where is this file available to see? Is it the DLH portal?
Yeah, so
we already had groups now from where we could have broken out, almost 9 or 10 are there. Only one group will have to ask the team members to go to another one.
Right. Can you folks see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
With the room-wise breakup. What I would suggest, if you could quickly take a screenshot, maybe a photograph on your cell phone. I can keep moving from room 1 to room 2, etc. If you don't see your name in the room, it doesn't matter. You don't have to take a screenshot.
So how will it come to know I am in which room? If
It
I
says
am in my
Sir, if you can first show the names. If you can first show the theme, then we can identify which.
No, take the screenshot, whichever question number is there, and that group number will be there. So we'll have to answer that. Correct? Is that
No,
what
but
I
we don't know who's there.
Are you sending us to different rooms?
Yes, I am sending you all into 9 different rooms. You will be assigned those rooms on your own. It'll happen automatically.
Okay, right, sir.
Okay.
Which is why I said room 1. Alok, Avantika. Just remember these 2 names, you will know it's room 1. Kailash Ajay Raj, room 2. AK Nayak Balaji, room 3. Javed Komal, room 4. And where did it go? What has happened to my rooms? All right, here we are. So Javed, Komal, etc., room 4. Sunil, Manavjan, room 5. Chetan Gaurav, room 6. Basudev Chandresh, room 7. Amit Mahendra, room 8. Ratan Jitendra, etc., room 9. If you find these people, you know the number of the room. Sending you all, you have 10 minutes to discuss this case and come back. The time starts now. Saurabh Gupta, you need to go to room 1. Nayak, you need to move to room 3. Mayank Agarwal, room 2. Neelam Salvi, room 2. Ratan and Rohit, you need to move into room 4. Manavjan, room 5. Umesh Kumar, room 8. Please move to your respective rooms.
Sir, I have made you the host. Before you sign off the session, make me back the host, sir, before your session gets over.
I will do that.
Okay. जेएमएट का ऑडिटिंग का हुआ था अभी किया था हमने Are we on track? Yes, we are on track.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we pretty much got everybody back in the room. So room 1, case 1. There we go. Case 1, what's your take on this? Deepak is a manager at so-and-so. He prefers to have a hands-on approach, daily basis, significant amount of time spent with his team, instructing them what to do. At times he gets frustrated with and does his team members' job himself while they watch. He's happy only when team members do exactly what he says. Somehow team members always find his approach very appealing. However, as they get tenured, they find him to be too interfering and start to complain of lack of freedom. What style is this individual using? Team 1.
We thought it was S2.
S1.
S1 is actually the more appropriate answer for that.
Oh, is it? S1 is high direction and low support. So he is providing support at all the stages, correct, Harif? So that's why we thought about S2.
Well, actually, in this particular case, he prefers being there to do the job.
Okay.
Takes the job. And hence it's more of an S1. And even though his team is tenured, he's stuck with the S1 style. So this actually answers one of the other questions we had earlier, saying that, what if I remain in one style? This is what happens. Some of your team members start getting frustrated and tend to complain.
Okay. High direction, low support.
And but S2 had, sir, if overused, it turns to over-involving, and that is what the last line said. It becomes too impairing.
Fair enough. So let's pause that thought for a moment and let's take a look at the next case, and then we come back to this discussion. Fair enough?
Sure.
Right. Awesome. So breakout room 2, please share your thoughts on case 2.
From team 2, I request Rajesh ji, please, if you can explain.
Yeah. So Anita's leadership style, she listens to most of the people and then she decides on her own. The fallout is sometimes people start feeling that she's wasting time by involving everyone into the opinion gathering. Her style is predominantly S2.
Correct. So let's go back to the other team. Now, do you all get why I'm saying not S2 for the previous one and more S1? Yep. All right, cool, good, thank you. Breakout room 3, case 3.
Yeah, Mr. Balaji, are you presenting?
Yeah, I will present, yes. What we thought is Mary initially she wanted to delegate the job and she called for a meeting and explained and everything. But then when it becomes chaotic, she then have to steer the meeting, and then towards the end she made the decision. So we think that she's more of she started to do S2, but she ended up in having S1.
Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, in group we agree.
No. The decision is being taken by the manager. So how come it is S3? Decision has to be taken by the subordinate.
Good catch. Good catch.
No, we didn't say S3. We said S2 and S1.
S2 to S1 is what we said.
Correct. You're right. But the actual scenario is the intent that she went with was an S3 or an S4. But she ended up making it an S2 because I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of background noise from somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Because of the challenge that she faced, okay.
You're being viewed in 10 countries.
This time
I think Ashmin, that's a
Dr. Bell, we seem to have some background noise over there.
If you could mute everybody.
Sapan Agarwal ji, please.
Basically, almost everybody is muted here. Okay. Anyway, all right, cool. So the intent was possibly an S4 or an S3 in this particular scenario. But after she went in and she found the meeting to becoming very chaotic, she moved into an S2 style, where she managed the meeting, she took everybody's inputs, but she made her own decision on who would do the job and when. Right? So it's not an S2 to an S3, S1, but it's quite the S4 or an S3 to an S2. That kind of a movement. All right, breakout room 4, case 4.
Yeah, this case 4. So this is about Neeta and Nitin. And Neeta is a member of Nitin's team. Neeta approached Nitin for a problem she was facing, and she needed help in deciding the option to choose amongst the 3 options she had. So what happened was Mr. Nitin, who is her boss, actually helped her by asking her a lot of questions. He listened patiently to her, actively with her, and made her to come up with the solution. So this is actually style S3. It is more participative style of decision making, where he is actually allowing the team member to make the decision and actively guiding her in that. So he's providing. So it is coming under S3.
Absolutely.
So coaching style.
Coaching style. You're absolutely right. In fact, he asked her about the pros and cons of each of the options that she thought about, and that's what makes a big difference, right? This is how you set your team members to start thinking on their own, and they will never come back to you for the same problem again. Right. Very good. Breakout room 5, case 5.
So in case 5, Santosh has an approach of my way or highway. So he falls into the S1 style, where he is less in support and high in direction. As far as Sheena is concerned, because she is giving support to Santosh, she falls in S2 category. She is high in directions and high in support. So Santosh is following S1 style. Sheena is following S2 style.
Very well done. All right. So this is one of those cases where you've got 2 styles being merged. I think it was done very beautifully. All right. Room 6, case 6.
Hi. I think ours is a very small case. So Jitin has a team which has a list of experienced employees. So there is very less for him to direct to them, or even support is not prepared for them. So S4 is the right choice. Is a style of Jitin, I think.
Absolutely right. You guys didn't need 10 minutes for that. You're going to crack it in 1. Okay, good. Team 7. Case 7.
In Team 7, we have universally agreed that the style which is being followed is S2. In a case, what has happened is a person was recruited at managerial category with 20 years of experience, and the manager has handed over a lot of works to her, and a substantial amount of time was spent on explaining all the details, and he patiently answered all the questions. But he also kept tab on what she frequently did and reviewed her work. So ideally, bringing a candidate, they would expect with so much of experience at managerial level, they would expect it to be at S3 or S4, but they landed up at S2.
Okay, and if you realize an S2 may be occasionally jumping in and out of an S3. But if you realize, it's a good thing to do even a senior manager. All right? Nothing wrong with this approach.
Yes, nothing wrong with this approach. Since she being new, and they have given the support as well in terms of where support needs to be given. Also, direction is also there. They have given the support as well in terms. Someone needs to. Yeah, so they have given both the high direction and support as well. So nothing wrong in it, but they have to move the ladder up to S3 and S4 gradually. That's what we have agreed mutually.
Right. Very well said. Good. Thank you. Teammate.
Yeah, so it was a unanimous S4 from the entire team, because once Sushant, who was in the system and was doing his job properly, so Anil had been attending only quarterly review meetings. So it came down to an S4 where there was low direction and low support that was being provided. Though we did get confused with Jay coming into the picture, but we ironed that out, stating that there was nothing to do with it.
Yeah. All right, good one. Great, good identification out there. 9. Room 9, case 9.
Okay, I can go ahead. Yeah, unanimous says we all thought that it was an S3, given that Anil had a session with Susan to understand and get a feedback as to how the job needs to be done. And he also had a discussion with other team members before he took a decision. So it was what we all felt was it was more of a high support, low direction than an S3.
S3 is a good call. Additionally, you would also see shades of S2 over here.
Correct. So we all got confused between S2 and S3. We kept on deliberating whether it was an S. So initial read looked like more of an S2, but when you delved more on that, we tried probably it was inferring or heading towards S3.
Absolutely. Great. So it's a combination of both. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So great work. At this point, let's do this. We're at 5:54. I'd like to announce a quick 15-minute break. So whatever the time in your watch, please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ashminder ji. Yeah, are you hosting it from Noida today?
Sir, you're on mute. Asminder, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Actually, can you hear me now again?
Echo, sir, echo.
Sir,
Yeah,
this you are working from two systems, I think.
This is because, okay, I'll complete the sentence. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sir, your voice is actually echoing. We can hear you, but your voice is echoing. Seems two mics are there. We know you are multitasking and doing too many things.
Yeah, this is high tech, something high tech, right? No, I think Ashwinder ji, you have two laptops. If you have joined from both of them, you'll have to switch off one.
What I want to tell you is, I'll quickly tell you, I've been taken away as host, so I can't control anything. Moment I get the host back, then I'll be able to switch off one and get on to the other one.
Okay, okay.
And there are no two laptops. This laptop is only for admin work.
Okay, okay. Fine, got it. We could still hear you while you were muted. तो कुछ तो गड़बड़ है. And moreover, his host name is showing as ICAI Noida. So maybe it's some proxy server that he is using or something.
What I'll do is I'll explain to you all this once I get the host facilities back.
Okay,
and
sure. Yeah, definitely.
In our last part of our session.
In the most important part of our session, in the most important part.
Motivation and summarize session.
Yes. He is following S1 style of leadership.
And let other people do, I'll motivate them.
Sanjay Bharti sir, till the time the session start, anything special? You are wearing some cool jersey today.
No, nothing special.
But the India T20 is soon to start. The IPL is going
Is this better now, sir?
Yeah, it's not echoing now.
It's not echoing now. Great. Now, let me give you the background to all this, so you will understand it better. What we have is that I have a Zoom camera view from which, when you used to see me, you used to see a background with trees and rain and all that beautiful background. But now when you will see me, can you see me now? Now what you're seeing me is seeing me directly from my laptop. So not from the Zoom camera, which is there on the screen for the conference hall. Am I making sense? So once I have removed that, and from this also, from the laptop, my host facilities have been removed. So I have removed it so that he could do the breakout groups. And when I get back the host facilities, then I can mute one of the audios, which will ensure that we don't have that echoing sound. Because earlier also for all other sessions, I've been from the Zoom video, which is on, which we have on a screen here in the conference hall. So there is another system and there is this system, but I am able to, not have interference because I can mute. But when you are not host, I cannot mute. So though I have muted on my laptop and I've muted there, it's still not, taking it because the systems are through Zoom. Have I explained it, sir?
Yeah, sure. The host
now,
name it was showing was ICAI Noida.
Now it is not showing. Correct, sir?
Okay. Yeah, it is not showing. It is showing your name now.
Yeah. Thank God for that, sir. But what has happened is we get a very lovely view through that Zoom, and that Zoom is ICAI Noida. I can change the name. I've always been changing the name. That's why you didn't realize it. I've been renaming it. But today there is some problem with the Zoom camera. It is not coming through that. So that is why we are having all these issues.
Is it a specific hardware device for Zoom itself?
Yeah, no, I'll just show you. What I'll do is I'm going to turn my laptop so you may be able to see through the laptop camera. Can you see, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you
I
see
think it is not
smart
associated with
signal?
the Zoom software, sir. It's a hardware wherein you can zoom in and zoom out through a remote.
Absolutely, sir. So now this has been malfunctioning today.
I see.
And second point was that I'm also not host. So because of the breakout rooms.
Okay.
All this came because of word Noida. Because people were thinking if you're in Noida, they can meet you there.
Sir, I am at Noida. I would love to meet anybody. It will be great honor. The batch 2 has come and met me. Batch 1 had also come and met me. So I'll be great honor that if you come to my office. We have a new joinee today. Just come behind Akansha. So you can see her also. Can you see her?
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir. We were waiting for long, right?
Congratulations.
For 1 year, sir, I'm also waiting.
Sir, we are waiting to meet you anywhere in the country, sir.
Great, sir. Great, sir. I'm so thankful. I want to relate a story to you, sir.
Dr. Bell?
So, we have time?
I thought since everyone's back, we could move in. And additionally, the host rights are back with you. So if you could just reassign the host rights to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You have the stage, sir.
Right. If you could assign the host rights once again, please.
Host rights, or you want me to give you co-host?
Yeah, all right. Okay, great. Thank you. Screen sharing, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. I guess everyone's back the way I see it. Right. We were earlier discussing about the leadership styles. And I thought it might be a good idea to also look at, based on some of the questions that we were getting, thought it'd be a good idea for us to look at the follower styles also, right? Now, while the leadership styles are based on direction and support, the follower styles are based on competence and commitment. So the ability and the willingness is what we are talking about over here. Let's take a look at these different follower styles. In your C1, which is high commitment but low competence, okay, the follower is very motivated, demonstrates willingness to learn, and it looks towards the leader for constant guidance. In the C2 style, the second style of followership, again, highly motivated, willingness to learn, cooperates with the leader to get the job done. The third style is the C3 style, where the follower is not motivated, not willing to learn, as he considers himself to be an expert or herself to be an expert, and will not be very cooperative. Now, while we would, I think a little while ago, we were also discussing that this particular style is fairly hard to work with. Pretty hard to work with these kind of people. The fourth being the C4 style, which basically says low motivation, not willing to learn due to a lack of interest, and will not be cooperative, and may even be negative at times. So these are the 4 different follower styles. Now, what I'm going to ask you all to do is get back to the Word document. And in that Word document, you have pages 23 and 24. Again, there are 9 little caselets out there, right? What we'll do is we will set you back in your breakout rooms for the purpose of, lesser confusion. I will retain the rooms as they are. I will not, reassign the rooms. It's the same. Room 1 does case 1, room 2 does case 2, and so on and so forth, all the way to room 9 does case 9. Is everybody in agreement on this?
Sir, each room will get the name before you assign it. The name comes once it moves, so not a problem.
Okay, fair enough. So once again, like I said, according to the number, you would do your cases and give you what? I guess this time you could take about 6 minutes to do the cases because you're getting better at it as we go along. So 6 minutes on the clock.
Share back the C1, C2, C3.
Can you just scroll up to 6 and 6, 7, 8, 9? Yeah, 1 minute. 6. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. Okay, sir.
Share back the screen of C1 to C4.
I will do that in a bit. Once I assign the breakout rooms, I'll go back to sharing that. They do it right away. I can do it right away too. All right, this one here. Is that okay? All right, so 6 minutes on the clock, starting now, opening all rooms. Just waiting for the rest of the folks to joining us in one by one.
Yeah, correct.
We've pretty much got it. Okay, great. So this time, let's go with team 1. What have you got for us?
Avintika, go ahead.
What we had discussed, it seems to be as C4, low commitment, low competence.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Reggie was struggling with the last assignment that his manager assigned to him. Although he shows keen interest in doing the assignment, he is not able to prioritize numerous tasks that are required to be done. Therefore, he keeps slipping on his deadlines. So you're saying this is a C4, low commitment and low competence.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The rest of the team, what do you all have to say? Everybody in agreement, or do you have a different thought?
C1.
There's a little bit shade of C3 also.
I think it is more aligned with C1.
Yes, it's more C1. The person is keen, he has shown keen interest in doing the assignment, which means the
commitment, low competence.
The commitment,
commitment, I can show that, I am interested in a number of projects, but that commitment towards completing that task might not be there. Correct?
Capability, we can say the
No, capability is competence. Capability is competence. That's fine. Okay. But as far as the commitment is concerned, I can, to please my boss, I can always say, oh, no, this will also I will do, that will I will also do, but I will not do on my deadlines. Correct? So
that is a commitment in disguise.
The very fact that he is accepting it.
Okay, hold on. We're getting a little too, how would you say? We're getting a little too CBI about this. Look at it this way. Keep everything aside and let's look at the case in isolation. Sure. He's struggling with his latest assignment. He's got a lot of interest in doing this. He's showing a lot of interest. Okay. Now, as a supervisor, what is my role? What is my job? I need to figure out why is this person not able to do this? Now, it's clearly mentioned out here. He's not able to prioritize the numerous tasks, which means what? The skill is a challenge. Get it? The skill of prioritizing becomes a bit of a challenge for him. Hence, it's low skill, high commitment.
Okay. He has not approached the mentor also, no?
Yeah, he's not approached, but as a supervisor, shouldn't I go and find out what's wrong? Yes. Because I'm new to this task. You've given it to me. I'm very eager to please my boss and do this task, but I don't have the skills. So my boss, being the more discerning person, shouldn't he or she realize that, hey, maybe you've taken too much on your plate and maybe you're not able to kind of prioritize a few things. So I think it's time I took a couple of things off your plate to ease out your life. Or maybe you want to do these two things first, and 3 and 4, you can do it later.
Sure. Okay,
that's
got
the
it.
role that a supervisor needs to play. All right. Thank you.
Here I have a question.
Yes.
That when we are seeing that, yeah, he is having the problems, but how come it will have an impact on the followers? So two things that in the first place, we are narrating that this lady is having some problems, and then but how he will behave with the subordinate and how it will impact the leadership, so that I think is not clear to me.
Master is job and
Sure. See, at this point, let's look at it only from the point of view of the data that we've got for this particular scenario.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, obviously, is it going to have an impact on the rest of the team, etc.? Yes, it is. So I may also need to help the person prioritize as a supervisor. And I also may need to help them understand that if you're under pressure and you're transferring this pressure to the rest of the team, it's not a great thing for you to do. That'll be part 2. Okay, great. Next one.
Yeah, so for the poll, we thought it is style 3, C3, because there is low commitment and high competencies, because he was able to perform previously, just now he slipped. There is a lack of motivation, lack of direction. So C3.
Okay, fair enough. Good point and valid. Moving on to case 3.
Yeah, hi. We are group 3. This is a very small case if you look at it. It says Reddy is extremely passionate about his work. He takes a lot of initiative in keeping himself updated and pays attention to details, and he takes pride in doing excellent work. So which means that he has got high commitment, and in terms of competence also it is very high. So we all felt that it is C2.
Very good. Very straightforward that one was.
Yeah, that's a straightforward one. Correct.
Yeah. 4th one.
Yes, according to the team 4, the correct option seems to C4. As Nitin is showing Nitin is not showing any interest in doing his assignment, and he's taking too many breaks, as well as his knowledge on the subject seems shallow. So as per our team, it seems to C4, that is low competence and low commitment.
Perfectly all right. Sounds good. Team 5.
Hi. So as we see, Stanley expressed his interest leading the project independently. So seems like he's competent. He always being assigned new project he's taken over, and he's doing his job well. So he sends his reports on time. So we feel that he is highly competent and he's also committed to it. So it's C2.
Very good. Great. Team 6.
So, in this case, Eric was recently promoted to his new position. He is extremely happy and eager to make his mark in this new role. He is looking for clear directions from his manager on how to proceed and has been asking numerous questions. He said in the consensus opinion, we marked him as C1. So he has got high commitment and low competence because he has less clarity and he's looking for directions.
Very good.
I have a small question on this point.
Sure.
The fact that 0.6 Eric was recently promoted to his new position. So without competence, can he be promoted? How can we say that it is low in competence?
Okay, good question.
We had an opinion on this. We said that he has been promoted due to his commitment on the job, but he has got less competition. So you can get promoted because of your commitment also.
Promotion is for his could be due to his good potential also. He need not be competent. He can be capable of doing better in the next one.
Excellent.
Addition to that, it's new position. So that's why for the new position, he's looking for the answers.
But my point is, if somebody is promoted to a new position, unless he is competent, will he be promoted? I mean, I'm generally in corporate. I'm asking in a corporate world, will that work? I want to hear from Maresh just to take his views on this.
Yeah, probably he might be the
case
senior
studies.
most, and probably is the senior most, and he got the promotion according.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at the question per se. Is it possible that a person gets promoted and they don't have the competency? Now, technically, when a person gets promoted, you would normally do an assessment of the individual's competencies. There are multiple methodologies of doing that. We are not going to go down that road for now.
Right.
But if you look at it, from my experience of working with people, doing their assessments, considering I have run assessment centers and designed them, if there are 5 competencies required for the next level, I could be good at 3. I could have aced 3 of the competencies. I could be reasonably good at the 4th one. I could be, well, not so good or maybe average in the 5th one, right? Because it's not possible for you to find someone who's good at all 5 competencies to get promoted. It's very, very difficult in the real world. You have to make a compromise. We do that even when we hire people, correct? If you're doing a lateral hire, we figure out that, hey, you know what, this person's good at most of these things. A couple of things, you know what, I think they'll pick up as we go along. We'll coach them, we'll work with them, we'll train them, you know, that kind of a thing. So invariably, you will find a person who has maybe 1 or 2 competencies as a shortfall. That's one. The second part, I may be very competent to move into the new role, but there are certain things about the process that I am not aware of. There are certain things that are happening which I am not aware of. Hence, to ensure that I'm doing the right thing, I'm going to ask you a lot of questions.
Exactly, correct.
Yeah. So these 2 possibilities exist. It could be and or.
Okay, so in this case, it could be a C1 or a C2 style also, right? Can I say that?
This would be a C. It could be both. Yeah, it could be bordering between both.
Right.
Okay. But the fact that he's going ahead and asking a lot of questions tends to move you towards a C1.
C1. Okay, got it. Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. No, thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Question.
Team 7.
So the candidate was contemplating leaving the company. It's been just 3 months. She joined and it's her first job and was expecting to do well. However, she felt there was no one had time, including her manager. So she felt she was drifting with no direction. So we felt it was low on commitment on her leaving the job just in 3 months. And that's also well, either she's one thing is she's a fresher, and second thing is that if she had competence, she would have tried doing and giving, tried working on it as well. So since both have not happened, we felt she was on low on commitment and low on competence as well.
Does everybody in the team agree with this?
Except one.
Okay.
Ms. Sujata had other view that she was competence was with this she cannot decide on the competence. So competence is there, but commitment was not there.
Competence was there, commitment was not there.
All the 6 we agreed that commitment was not there, and one had a view that she had competence.
Okay.
She waited for 3 months, but she had little bit of commitment. But the thing is that being a fresher, she couldn't sustain. She thought that she was going directionless, so she decided to quit the job.
Okay. Now let's do this. Let's for a moment become Freya. All right. You are Freya and I am your supervisor. Let's just do this for a second and play along with me for a couple of minutes, please.
Okay.
You have joined the organization. It's been about 3 months, and you obviously have high expectations that, hey, I've joined this new organization. I'm going to do well here, etc., etc. Fine. Which means your desire and commitment is fairly high. I'm not saying it's an all-time high, but it's fairly high. Correct? Okay. Obviously, you've joined the organization new. Your skill level is a little low.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm your boss. I'm not spending time with you. I'm not giving you enough direction. Right? What's happening? Are you building your skills?
No.
No.
Are you becoming comfortable in the system?
No. No.
What are you going to do after 2-3 months?
Same. I will not develop any skills. So
Correct. So what has happened is you have come in as a C1. You got a reasonable amount of desire and willingness and commitment. You have 0 skills or not enough skills to do the job entirely on your own. So you're pretty much a C1, correct?
Yes.
What I have done as your boss by neglecting you is made you a C4.
Exactly.
So as your boss, I'm the one who should be asked to leave.
But it says, however, she felt no one was there to guide and she felt she was drifting away. That could be a scenario where, being a fresher and being a new person in the system, she could also felt that way. But it might be she is not able to manage the workload or something like that, and she felt that way. So that she felt, so it was from her perspective, not from a general case law observation per se.
Right, but here's what
in our discussion, we discussed even this also, that the style could be she wanted C1, but she landed to C4.
C4.
Correct. She started with a C1, but the manager made her a C4. And hence the penalty should ideally be given to the manager. Because the manager has failed to do their job. That's the reality over here.
Okay. I have a question here, Aresh. On 7, do we have enough information in the case study to judge her, her competence and commitment level? We don't know. When she says that she's joined, she's been 3 months since she's joined in the company.
Right.
She must be an experienced person coming from an outside. It's not that she's a fresher. For the company, yes, she's a fresher, but she must have the experience or competence. That's why the company has hired her.
No, it
says first job.
Sorry?
It says
sorry. I missed that. I missed that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, let's go with your assumption on your case. It's a valid point which you've made, and I'd like to just take that up for a minute over here. It's a valid point. So you are experienced. You joined my organization. 3 months, I let you drift around. What are you going to do?
Correct.
Look, you need to be a part of the system. Only then can you actually contribute. Right? It's my job as your supervisor to make you comfortable enough to be a part of the system. If I'm not doing that, how can I expect you to perform? So the issue is not with the team member, the issue is with the supervisor in this case.
Correct. Great.
Right? Okay.
So what's the meaning of she was expected to do good work? Does it has any meaning?
No, she
was
expected
expected to do good work.
expecting that she will do good work. So it's all right. Anybody who joins an organization expects that they will do some good work and move up, right? And be successful. See, here's another question, by the way, I ask a lot of other leaders. Show me one person on your team who wants to be unsuccessful.
Nobody. Nobody.
It's really as simple as that, right? Then what are you doing to make sure that they are successful is what I ask the next question. So it's a lot to think about. Okay, great. Moving on from here to situation 8.
Yeah, so Ida is an experienced team member. At the first time, her team was quite busy in completing a project. During this time, her manager had given her an additional task that needed to be done. However, she just wasn't getting around to doing it. What do you think was Ida's follower style?
Right.
I think we all think that it's a C3 style, high commitment, high competence, but low commitment, because she was experienced. So her competence level was high, but her commitment level was low, because under such pressures, she was not, coming around.
Let me throw you a curveball. Why not C1?
There is nothing to show that her commitment level was high.
There is nothing to show that her skill level wasn't low.
There is nothing to show that her skill level was low. Yes, both the tests fail in C1.
No, nothing to show that her skill level wasn't low. Her skill level could have been low with respect to prioritizing tasks, with respect to delegation.
But the case study doesn't demonstrate that. I mean, the information that is given here, the opening sentence says that she was an experienced team member. So, so we have all the reason to believe that she was competent.
Right. So another curveball. By being experienced, does it mean that I have the ability for delegation as well as prioritizing? I could be experienced and not be very good at that too.
Okay.
I'm throwing a question. That's all I'm doing.
Possible.
So what I'm saying is this one is a tricky one. It could be either of these two. Based on additional information, you would be able to decide. It's a tricky one. It could be this one, it could be C3, it could be C1. It could be either. Okay. So in a real life scenario, what you want to do is you probably want to investigate a little more and get more data.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. 9th scenario.
I can go ahead with the 9th scenario. So in the case study, it's clearly mentions that Nancy was expressing her unwillingness to take up the job, to take up the sales role. And the next statement also says that she mentioned that she has no idea about sales. So that means she has got low competence and she will have low commitment level as well, because she was unwilling to take up this job. So it will fall under C4 according to us.
Okay. Everybody in agreement?
Yeah, at least within the team, they are in agreement.
This is very much on those lines, all right? You're right, because I have no experience, I have no expertise, and I have no desire to do this. So that's really it.
Yeah. All
right.
Thank you.
Cool, good. So some good stuff. Okay, I got a couple of chat messages. The manager cannot find time for a pressure to go. What good is he? Oh yeah, brilliant. Okay, with that, let's move back to my slides, and here we are.
Just a quick question, sir. is it okay that say we classify each of the people working with us in category to understand where they are and where we need to work with them, or how to do it, just like how we can work on ourselves, so that we can see what is the advantages, how to move them, what is driving them.
Absolutely. It's very important that you look at these levels of these people and you plot them accordingly and start altering your styles. And that's the next part that I'm coming to.
Okay.
The second is I'm going to ask you to do this. Can you map the leadership style to the team members' follower styles? Which leadership style needs to be used with which followership style? What thoughts do you have on this?
S3 is for C2.
S3 is for C2. Okay.
S2 to C4.
S2 to C4.
S3 is for C4.
I got an S3 for C4.
S4 for C2. Yeah.
Yeah, S4 for C2.
4 for a C2. Right. I will tend to agree.
S1 for C1.
S1 for a C1.
S4 for C2.
S4 for C2. Okay, cool, good.
S4 C2.
That's the one common thing we're agreeing on. I don't think we're agreeing on the others. I think S4 and S1 we're agreeing. S2 and S3 is where we have a bit of a challenge, right? That's a slightly slippery one. Okay.
S1 to C3.
Okay. This is beginning to sound like chess moves. All right, so here you are. Okay, what we're saying is S4 to C2 is correct, right? S1 to C1 is correct again. S2 and C4 and S3 and C3 is what we're talking about. Okay, now why S3 and C3? You're looking at high support, low direction, and you're looking at high competence, low commitment, which means you need to coach the person, ask a lot of questions to figure out what's come down on the commitment levels and move them up. You need to coach them in that area. Okay. You have low commitment and you have low competence, which means what? You need to bump both of them up. Does that resonate with everybody?
But even in a case where commitment is there and competence is also there, that is the reason why you support them and you want to upscale their level. So you adopt S3 with high support.
Now you are saying you got both competence and commitment and you want S3.
Yes.
Why don't you look at it this way? Sorry, there was a question.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'm saying the person is highly committed and they're very good at their job. Just delegate and help develop through the delegation. Right?
Okay.
Right. But on the other hand, I'm really good at whatever I do, but for some reason, I have decided that I am not going to continue working and do this stuff. So what do you want to do? You want to sit with me, coach me, ask me a lot of questions. Hey, Harish, what's up? You've been great all this time. There's no question about your skills with respect to this particular area. What is preventing you from performing better?
Yes.
Maybe it could be a personal issue. It could be an issue with another team member. It could be an issue where I was passed over from a promotion. It could be multiple things.
When you said C2 to S4, that clearly made sense. But a person who has got good commit and good competence, and you want him to be a level 2 person, and you want to elevate him, that's when you need to show more support. Like, yes, we recognize this, and we would want this character to reflect and elevate him, which would make him be the next leader.
So you're still saying S3 for a...
No, but what the logic you said correctly, I got it. Because when a person has commitment and competence, why do you want to even spend time and support? Delegate. Yes, but a person who has got good competence and good commitment, he's the person who would go on to become your next leader.
One is not denying that.
So for you to yes, and make him a next leader and take it to the next level, you need to support and you need to show the path. And
so can you do that through delegation itself and help the person develop?
yes, the work could be done. Say, giving him the mentality that, you're going to be taking the leadership, you need to be prepared for it and making him prepared.
Okay, hold on. Sticky area. I'm a little concerned about telling people that you keep doing this, you're doing a good job, you continue doing a good job, and you can become a leader. I'm a little concerned of that. I'm a little wary of that. Because tomorrow, if that doesn't happen, their hands, your neck. Right? So I wouldn't push it down with that. I would say, look, you want to grow, here's an opportunity for you to do these particular things and learn and grow on your own. How you use it during your IJPs or internal job postings, etc., is your area. You want feedback from me, I will give you feedback. You want support from me, I will give you support. That's okay. I'm not saying no to that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Swaminathan, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I had a clarification on this. You have marked S1 to C1, right? My question is, you provide I direction for an employee who is low in competence or who is low in commitment. I'm slightly confused with that.
Low in competence. Direction is what, why, when, how. That is the direction that you're providing.
Right.
Right. So the competence is low, obviously. Right. Commitment is high. So you don't need emotional support over there.
No, I understood. My question was more about direction. I mean, as a leader, you are supposed to provide direction only when there is low competence, or even when the employee is competent, but his commitment levels are low for whatever reason, do you still provide I direction? I mean, is my question.
No, you would go down on the direction if the competence levels are good enough, but you would enhance the support level by having inclusive conversations.
Right.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Great. I've got two other participants who raised their hands. Sachin.
Yeah. So just to add on to what Swaminathan said, and the question 9 which we had, where we talked about a person being delegated from a customer service to a sales team, and in spite of her being say that she is not competent enough, she was probably put into that. So we all rated that she was C4. Now, for that particular situation, what we felt, what I personally felt, was that the manager is S1, because in spite of her reaching out, whatever, she was still being put into C, to that new role. So would that be S1 to C4 kind of a situation, or is it always that S1 would be equivalent to C1?
No. So in that case, I would say the manager has used a wrong approach. Just because the manager has done something doesn't mean they've taken the right step.
No, the way I see it is that because managers look being an autocratic or one directional, which has resulted into an employee being low competence and low commitment kind of a situation. So knowing that first of all, the manager knew that the person is not competent enough, and by putting her against her wish, he made her non-committed also.
Correct. So the point is, over here, the manager has used the wrong style of leadership.
Okay.
And messed up the team member.
Understand. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Shekhar, you have a hand raised.
Yeah. Sir, for this S4 C2, isn't there a chance that C2 employee may drift to C3 with low direction and low support?
Possible. It can happen.
So isn't it good to employ a leadership quality of S3 and S4, matlab a mix of S3 and S4 for C2 kind of employees?
I would agree with that. It's a valid point. Okay. My question here is, why would I switch from high competence and high commitment to high competence and low commitment? Because my boss has delegated stuff to me, but not bothered following up with me, not bothered giving me feedback, right? Which means what? My boss has not followed the right leadership style to the right extent. Now, when I say low direction, low support, I don't mean you don't follow up with me. You do follow up with me, right? It's just that instead of sitting with me and helping me through the task, you'll say, hey, Harish, come back after 1 week with this task. And maybe 5 days down the line or 4 days down the line, say, is everything going all right? Do you need any help? And you walk away. It's a touch base kind of a situation. That's it. But if I'm abdicating the task, then obviously I will say, hey, what kind of a boss is this? Right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, on that note, any other thoughts from anybody else?
Yeah, so I think the mapping is like this, that support is directly linked with level of commitment and direction with competence, because
yes,
wherever it is high and low, it has been matched that way. It has been mapped that way.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right. You're right about that. So there was another question a little while back in terms of how do I look at what I need to do with different people, different teams, etc. Right? And so this is low will and low skill and these kind of the same areas that we've been talking about. And what are the possible behaviors that you would see? Hence, what kind of actions would you want to take? And this is a sort of a ready reckoner, if you may, which could give you, I'm not saying give you answers, but help you kind of find some sort of a direction to take with your team members. If a person has low will and low skill, the employee is likely to be demotivated and unfulfilled. Employee may be making a lot of errors, way behind in their deadlines, etc. Okay. Important to find out what their motivations are. Link your coaching objectives to fulfilling those aspirations, right? So, for example, if you've got a person with low skill and low will, and you get into a coaching session to find out, boss, you know what? I've been doing the same thing for the last 18 months. I just haven't been able to move. I don't want to move up, but I want to move laterally into another area. Okay, great. So that's a good thought. Now, let me ask you this. What skill set, what area do you want to move into? I want to do whatever the role may be. Okay. Maybe I want to get into payroll and understand that. What skill sets do you need to understand and work better in payroll, to be successful in payroll? These are the skill sets that I possibly require. Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, where are you on these skill sets? I'm probably a 5 over here, a 7 over here, an 8 over here, and a 6 over here, whatever the case may be. Do you think with this level of skill sets, you'd be able to move into a payroll function and perform better and be successful? Probably not. Now, what do you want to do to make sure that you are successful in your next role, which you desire to be in? Ask. Help them develop a plan. So what are you doing? You are now motivating the individual. You're bringing the will up. At the same time, you're also helping them build a plan to move the skills up. Okay. A coaching approach works very well over here. Coaching approach works very well in most scenarios. But what I'm trying to say is, when you're using a coaching approach, please ask a lot of questions because you get a lot of information. You're in control of the conversation and you're able to help the individual perform better. Okay, that was a fair amount that I just said. But once it comes to coaching, this is what happens to me. So similarly, on those lines, you've got, other areas which you could work with. So you've got low will and high skill, and you've got high will and low skill, and high will and high skill. And what are the possible actions and the reason we use the word coach is because we consider a good leader to actually be a coach to the employee, right? So that's what you will probably want to hear, look at, and try and follow these steps. It will give you some sort of direction in terms of how you can work with different people. Does that make sense to everybody? Yep. And this will be shared if it's not already shared. I'm assuming this will be shared very soon with you all. So you will have access to this PDF and you'll be able to refer it whenever you want. With that, I've pretty much come to the end of my session. time for questions and also to check if I have been able to, satisfactorily address all the questions that you all have raised so far.
Can I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that CA fraternity deal with a lot of students who are freshers straight out of school or college. So what are the additional traits as a leader you think are important?
Once again, it may be a good idea for you to take a look at the link that I sent you, the PDF link.
Yeah.
Generation.
Okay.
Yeah, that would give you some more inputs over there.
I have a basic question which I raised in the beginning.
Yes.
Can I see? I fully understand, according to the situation and the kind of people as a leader, we may have to change our traits and get, ultimately the work should be, we have to get the work done from others. As a leader, we have to delegate. Perfectly fine. But over a period of time, in doing this process, probably we may lose our identity, and because continuously we change our roles depending on the person whom we interact with. So is it a good approach? Because as far as I am concerned, as a person, only if I don't lose my individuality, only only if I reflect what kind of person I am, the best of me will come out.
Fair enough.
So if that being the case, it's for the others to understand that yes, Sujata is this kind of person, this kind of leader. So whoever is reporting to me, to make sure that reach up to my level or whatever. So they will automatically tune their mind to according to my style of leadership skill. Is that the right approach, or I have to force myself and then keep changing my leadership style? What is your?
Good question. And let me start by clarifying one thing. By changing your style, you don't change your role, you don't change your personality. You're changing your style of interaction to make sure that the interaction is effective and your team and you are both successful. Right? In an ideal world, everyone would understand you and work according to your style. But it doesn't work that way. It's not an ideal world. We are all folks who forget the office space. Look at our own houses. Does everybody adjust with our own style? No. We all adjust with each other's style. And that's how it works. Right? Because we're talking leadership. That would work in a dictatorship, but not in a leadership environment. Right? This is me, I rule the roost, you will follow me. In a kingdom, possibly yes, but we don't have kingdoms anymore, and we can't have kingdoms in the real world, in the office space. So it's a situation where I need to help people understand what I expect. I need to help them to reach those expectations. That is my job as a leader. Otherwise, why am I there for them? So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir, to some extent.
Fair enough. Okay. Sanjay, you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to know, see, in order to choose a leadership style, one has to assess the situation as well as the individual forward. So is there anything else deciding on the style?
Okay, so I'm sorry, but your question wasn't very clear. Could you repeat it for me, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I wanted to know, see, before deciding a leadership style, you have to assess the situation, you have to assess the individuals who are working with you. Is there anything else we need to assess before choosing a leadership style?
Well, there are many other tools that are used in terms of personality profiling, etc. But that's going in a little too deep. From my understanding and having worked with several people across different industries, I think if we just focus on these two areas for now, it's a good start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jitendra, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so when we are talking for the leadership style, so leadership style is equal to the managerial style, because generally my understanding is that leadership is to enable people and then help them to grow and all those things. But yeah, managerial style can be auto dictatorship and all those things. So here, when we are talking about the managerial style or leadership, or are both are same?
No. So we're talking about your individual leadership style. If you're talking about the management of the organization and their style, then that's a completely different area, which refers more to the culture of the organization that they want to follow.
Yeah. So when we say that leadership, so do we really call them leader that who interfere on the day-to-day job and then get direction and all those things? So do we call them leader or do we call them only manager?
If I was to be completely honest, I would say not a very effective leader.
But still we will call them leader because this
you
is
call them manager, supervisor, leader. End of the day, what they're doing is the same thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, leadership comes from something where you can influence, and this managerial things comes from a position which the organization has given. So generally, I was making a distinction between managerial thing and leadership thing. So I just want to check it whether it is same or different.
I would agree that it's different, and that requires a slightly deeper and different conversation. But in short, yeah, it's different. And if that's the kind of style that someone is adopting, then they're not very effective, is what I can say.
Okay.
Thank you. Ratan Kumar, you have something to ask.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
In case of the follower style case study allotted to room number 9, I have my personal observation, though we concluded on low competence and low commitment, here the fault was on the leader, not on the lady concerned, who was forced to join the cell role.
Yes.
How can he doubt her competence and commitment? Because commitment cannot be for the particular work itself, but for the whole organization. And since she was apprehensive that her placement in the sales role might affect the organization, she denied to accept the assignment.
Right.
Then how can we doubt her competence and commitment?
Okay, you can doubt the competence. I'm okay with that. The commitment, yes, I take your point. But if I was a stronger person, and you're right about the fact that it's a supervisor's area of error, if I may call it that. But if I was a stronger person, what I would have done is I would have said, look, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do this at all.
And she denied also.
She denied, but then she was forced, and I wouldn't have allowed myself to be forced into it.
Okay.
That's the only difference that I would make. Right. Yeah. All right. Krishnan, you have a question.
Yeah, I think this for the earlier query was on point 9, right? On the Nancy moving from customer service to sales.
Yes.
So on the same question, in fact, I had one more query. So does she have a choice now in the recent corporate companies where company are asking you to take up the role, and customer service is a back end and sales is front end? Now, does that mean that if she's not interested, she wants to do only a specialized role, then she has to look out. If she has no choice, then she only has to resign and go and join another company. But is it not better to look at a more broader role as you go along so that you can take up different roles and then you can look at becoming a leader and general management and all? If you want to grow up into a CEO and all, like you don't want to specialize and do only a CFO role. You want to know. So it's better you are getting that opportunity, but you ask for the relevant training or something, you upskill yourself and then you take up that role. Is it not a better idea?
It is a better idea. You ask for training, you ask for development, you ask for time, you clearly get expectations documented in terms of what is expected out of you in the first 3 months, in the next 3 months, a quarter-wise expectation setting. Additionally, I may actually be the kind of a person who just thinks that I cannot talk to human beings. I don't want to be in it. You're setting me up for failure. Right now, I'm working with an individual who is actually by nature an introvert, right? was in a technical area and has been moved into a sales role. He's suffering.
But is it not a fixed mindset that you don't want to have a growth mindset? Is it not it requires a mindset change?
It requires a mindset change. It requires a behavioral change. And I'm not, behavioral changes don't come overnight just because my boss asked me. You're asking me to change my personality style. That's not going to happen. Right? I mean, there were times when people have asked me, hey, why don't you get into, managing this, I think it was a quality role. I said, I'll die if I do that. Yeah. It's not my area. I can't see myself sitting down looking at Excel files the whole day and, discussing data and stuff. It's not my trip in life.
Right. So that means if there is no choice and she wants to do only a specific role, that means then she has to only resign and go and find another company.
Better sooner than later.
Sorry?
Better sooner than later.
Right, sir. Right. Thanks.
Better leave the organization when you're on a high rather than, get demotivated and then start looking for a job.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am now done with my session. I also need to, Dr. Bell, I think you already have the host rights. I am only co-host if I'm not mistaken. You already have the host rights, Dr. Bell. Dr. Bell,
You are on mute. Ashminda sir, you are on mute.
You could unshare the slides.
Yeah, let me just do that. Stop share and that's it. Okay.
Sorry, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Yeah. Thank God for that. Small mercies. Riju alias Chi, may I request you to kindly give the vote of thanks?
Yes, sir. Good evening, all of you. On behalf of ICAI, the Center of Excellence Hyderabad, on behalf of Dr. Ashminda ji, and on behalf of all my fellow participants, it's a great honor and a privilege to propose vote of thanks for delivering this great session on choosing your leadership style by Harish Advani sir. So it's been a great session. We started the session with a pre-course work of assessing, self-assessing our leadership style, where we had tried to assess what style we follow at the moment. Followed by an excellent explanation on what is leadership style, what are the different leadership styles we follow, from directive leadership style and supportive leadership style. Then that's been followed by a lot of interactive talks with exercises. So I think that actually the style of delivery has made us into deep understanding of what are the styles and how what kind of deep understanding of the style. Then you have followed up with the follower styles, which is also we did a lot of exercise and interaction. So we actually got an understanding of what followers styles generally in the workplace. So then further you mapped it, what leadership style will suit each follower style. So I think we had an opportunity to compare and see what leadership style will suit the follower style. So I think that's that mapping further has made us to rethink of these how to best utilize this different leadership style matching the followers styles. So you further actually explained. I mean, yeah, you actually mentioned a point which I would like to reinstate here. That if you don't invest a good amount of time to grow our team members, then it will work as a hindrance to our development as well as for the team development. So I think, and overall, this session was we were able to practically relate to all whatever was being discussed. We've been able to practically relate to our current work environment, and to our styles and to our team members' style. So it was so relevant session, and it was very deeply delivered and effectively delivered. So thank you very much on behalf of all the team, and it's a great session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really great being with all of you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for a very nice session. You will all agree with me that both the sessions were very nice and we really did learn a lot. But before we go away, we always have a session tete-a-tete, one-to-one with each other. First thing is feedback on both the faculties. Again, the deadline is Tuesday, 9 p.m. The case study, there are two case studies, case study 1 and case study 2. Case study 1 is for team 1 to 5, case study 2 is for team 6 to 10. Again, the deadline is Tuesday, 9 p.m. And again, you have to give me the name of the person other than the name that was given earlier. So we have to give a chance to somebody else. Like, for example, Sachin Chukji, Javed ji, Narayan ji, they were giving the presentations. So now each team has to give me a name other than these they had nominated last time to submit the presentation and to present it in case they are asked to do so on next Saturday. Is that absolutely clear? Okay, yes. I come to the, so now I'll not waste time on that because we have gone well past. You guys have become brilliant. Your presentations were great. Your depth of knowledge was nice. And the way you interacted with each other in the groups, I was monitoring every group. Initially, there were some groups that were slow and some which went head on. And those who went head on did extremely well. Some who were slow in the end found the time was less. And because of that, they found that the others had stolen a march on them. So remember, time does not wait for anyone. So if we think कि Tuesday को करेंगे, तो Tuesday बहुत delay हो जाएगा. So please plan it out accordingly. You have Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, 3 days. Very simple situation and case study. Nothing very difficult. And we will have the same way of doing it next time, but it will be different people and different groups doing it. That is the one aspect. The second aspect, and I'm very thrilled with the interest and involvement each one is having. But I want to ask you, and I want to ask each one who's here, how's your Josh first?
Hi, sir.
Hi,
sir.
Hi, sir.
Very high.
No,
Hi, sir. Hi.
This is not high. Come on.
Hi, sir.
Hi, sir.
Hi, sir.
Great. But I didn't hear any lady's voice. Is that the women's empowerment is only talk, or is it there is some substance to it? How's the Josh in the women's empowerment side?
Very high.
Great. Okay. Now, first thing that I want to ask you is, there is a basic question which each one of you is asking and you are slightly unclear. Who is a leader? I want you to tell me. Give me a definition. What is the definition of a leader? I'll give you a definition of a military leader. And then we'll go ahead and discuss.
Can I attempt, sir?
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, I heard from someone that leader is a person who can take to his team to a place where the team alone cannot go.
Leader is a person who others opt to follow to a place or destination that they would not have gone by themselves, even though they had the ability to do so. That's exactly what you are saying, isn't it? I think brilliant. See, just remember this. This is the best definition of leader that you can get anywhere. Who was the gentleman? Sanjay Bharti ji? You get this?
It was me, sir. Sunil Garg.
Sunil Garg. Wow. Great. Absolutely. Hats off to you. I can't take off my turban though. Now we come to the second part. Second and a very important part. What is the definition of a military leader? And how is it different? And then we'll come to what is the difference between a leader and a manager. Because unless you understand that difference, this whole course is meaningless because it's dealing with leadership beyond boundaries. So what is a military leader? Anybody?
A military leader who can inspire others to die. This is
Why?
something which is
The
normal. To
civil
sacrifice
leader
his
also
life.
inspires.
The
To
military
sacrifice
leader
his
is
life.
one who even foresees what the enemy is planning or what the
Military leader is
just
one.
one moment. Just one moment. It is the business leader also who foresees what his competition is doing. So foreseeing or the vision or being visionary is the prime element of any leader, whether civil or military. Though you have covered a very nice point, Padmavati ji. Very nice point, in fact. Yes. Any other definition of a military
Military leader would be the one who would be influencing his troops to accomplish the mission and to motivate them to how to achieve it.
Great, but that's exactly what a civilian leader is supposed to do. He's
Military
supposed to
reason-
motivate his team and inspire them by example and lead from the front, isn't it? Okay, so I'll give you the definition which one of the generals has given in the US generals. He says it is the capacity and will. Remember two words, capacity and will, to rally men and women together towards a common purpose, and the character that inspires confidence. This last part is missing in the civilian leadership and the military leadership. You know, civilian leadership is also inspiration. Civilian leadership is also influence. Civilian leadership is also bringing in transformative outcomes. But in the military leadership, it is the character that inspires confidence that men will give their lives for you because you will look after your men too at the same time. Are you understanding the difference between military leadership? Why anyone can give his life? Imagine, I give you 10 lakhs rupees, I give you 10 crore rupees. Will you give your life? Deepak ji, will you give your life? You will not. Mukesh Singh ji, will you give your life? I give you 10 crores, but I want you to give your life just now. You will not. You say, let me have 1 crore, I'm fine. I don't want 10 crores. I want to live and I want to live healthy. Then why is that military guy such an idiot? Okay, we come to this other part. What is the difference?
No, before
between...
that, Ashminder ji, can you just repeat that? So capacity and will to rally men and women after
together, towards a common purpose.
Okay.
And the character that inspires confidence. कि जब मैं इनको लीड करूंगा तो इनको मेरे ऊपर कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं सही जगह सही रास्ते पे लीड करूंगा। और ये जो सही रास्ता है, ये सिविलियन लीडरशिप में लोगों को डाउट रहता है हमेशा, ये अपने रास्ते के लिए कर रहा है, और जहां पे ये डाउट आ गया, वो मैनेजर है, वो लीडर नहीं है। ये मैं आपको क्लियरली बता दूं, लीडर्स के ऊपर डाउट आ ही नहीं सकता, बिकॉज यू हैव फेथ इन देम कि सब मर जाएं, बट वो मेरे साथ हमेशा खड़ा रहेगा एंड तक, एंड दैट इज लीडरशिप, नथिंग एल्स इज लीडरशिप। व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन लीडर एंड मैनेजर? लेट मी टेल यू द डेफिनेशन। हमने लीडर का तो डेफिनेशन कर दिया, मैनेजर का डेफिनेशन आप बताइए मुझे। व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ मैनेजर?
Manager is task oriented.
Very nice. Who said that? Revati ji. Very nice.
No, Sujata.
Anybody else?
I believe the person who manages is the manager.
Very nice. That is also one way of putting it. Anyone else?
Management is the art and science of getting the things done.
Absolutely, sir. Brilliant. Prashant ji?
Manager is always short term, leader is long term.
Very nice. Okay, all are right, and everyone is right. Now let's just sum this up by saying manager.
Ashminder ji, on a lighter note, manager is somebody who is sandwiched between a leader and a subordinate.
True. Leader and the men. Manager is someone who makes, this is my definition, you will not find it in the books, who makes optimum utilization of men, material, resources so as to get the job done cost effectively. Am I right?
Correct.
If it was Henry Fayol, probably he'll say the same thing in slightly better English. But it is exactly what manager is. And what does he do? He considers human being as a resource and not as a human being. And leader is the one who considers human beings as human and not as a resource. It is the leader who lights the fire of the followers. It is the leader who inspires. It is the leader who focuses on people and not on systems and processes. And it is the manager who focuses on systems, processes. Even when he motivates, he says, I'll give you variable pay. Tu jada outcome de, main teko jada pay dunga. Is that not what most industries are following? Tell me one transformative outcome that you have been able to achieve by following variable pay. I have been able to get people to work for me for free. Tarandeep, Nirmit, you know the examples. They have worked for free. Why? They are not getting any money, not any favors, nothing. Why are they working for free? That is leadership. Leadership is not by force. Leadership is voluntary. Leadership is ruling the people's hearts. Leadership is building bonds with your team, with your followers. So when we say leadership styles, I said there is only one style. And that style is to build bonds with people. There is no other style. And when we talk of other styles, we say dictatorial, we say democratic, we say laissez-faire, we say participative. Yes, you require to follow different modes. It's something like a teacher. When you go to a classroom, are all the students same?
No.
And is everybody's pace of learning same?
No.
Is everybody's intellect same? How does a teacher manage to teach? A real good teacher I'm talking of, not a commercial teacher. A real good teacher, how does he manage? The teachers that you remembered, you know, how does he or she manage to teach everybody so that everybody does well? Whom you remember? Exactly, because he or she is catering to the situation. He or she is catering to the people under him, the team under him. He or she is catering to the task that needs to be achieved and how best it can be achieved. And he or she understands what style is required for what person. And that is why you have to focus on people, not on systems, not on processes. And everybody tells you, you know, कि ऐसे process बनाओ, ऐसा system बनाओ कि गधा भी काम कर ले. सभी ऐसे बोलते हैं. मुझे बताओ किस गधे ने आज तक कुछ काम किया है, except taking load on himself.
वही उसका काम है.
वही उसका काम है. और अगर अपने गधों को ही ऊपर लेके जाना है, जैसे सब जगह हो रहा है, हमारे देश में भी हो रहा है. You see, merit is nowhere. We are all people who are occupying very senior positions are very average people. The most meritorious people never reach the top. Why don't they reach it? Yet when they start their own business, when they do something, why is it that Steve Jobs, we were talking about Steve Jobs, you know that he was not kicked out of college, he left because of his drugs problem. And he came to India. And when he came to India, he came in the search of a guru.
Yes.
And that guru had died meanwhile, you know, he wasn't there. So he went to some other ashram and stayed there for maybe a year or 2 years. And then he went back. And when he went back, the apple was not his baby. It was Steve Wozniak's baby. In fact, he had designed it. Wozniak Dyke or whatever that guy's name was. The one he said co-founder. Steve Wozniak. Absolutely, Krishnanji, brilliant. Steve Wozniak was the guy. He was the one who designed the first PC. But marketing skills of this guy and his leadership qualities were phenomenal because leaders don't show their own incompetencies. They exploit the strengths of everybody by motivating them. See, when we do case studies, we never come out with these things. These are the things that make you succeed. If you are able to build bond with your team, which is following under you, you do not need to supervise. You do not need to be a manager. You know, the question that needs to be asked by the managers, what they ask, how are you doing your task and when will you complete it? This is a typical of a manager. But when we talk of a leader, what does he say? What needs to be done and why it needs to be done. And then he lights the fire of passion in you. Ki ye mera bhi kaam hai. Why is it that you guys, when you came together on the first week, you know, large number did not fill feedback. Large number was not involved in assignments. But this last 3 presentations, all the 3 presentations that were done, were they not high quality? I'm asking each one of you, were they not high quality? Is it the same person who did it? And how come the same person did it so well? That's leadership. Leadership is igniting passions, not telling a guy how to do a job. Yes, you must be so good that you should be able to teach everybody how to do their jobs, but there will be people better than you. But as a leader, have you bonded with everybody, exploited everybody's strengths? And when we talk of a team, which will be the next topic, the most important difference between a team and a group is the mutual accountability. Purpose is there in both group and team, but one thing which is lacking in a group is mutual accountability, which means if me and my new joinee today, we are team here today, Akanksha, then she feels my weakness, I feel her weakness, and tomorrow when we produce qualitative output, it is 1 + 1 is not 2, 1 + 1 is 11. And that is possible. And that is possible. Yes, daily tasks, weekly tasks, monthly tasks, quarterly tasks, 5-yearly tasks, 3-yearly vision, 5-yearly vision, all that is required for the leader to be more systematic and process oriented. But at the end, he has to rule hearts and minds and not to be carrot and stick. I'll give you more pay if you do more work. Nobody's going to join you. They'll join and then they'll leave. Yahan pe throttling environment hai. I'm asking all the young people here who are there in this group. First thing today, a young person is asked, which environment would you like to work? They say, I want to have the environment good. Pay thodi kam ho, but environment acha ho. Yes or no? Revati ji, am I right or wrong? Your team will be built if you provide the best environment. If you are continuously throttling, if you are continuously checking every step, you have to check, but it should not look that you are checking. It should look you are encouraging. It should look that you are motivating, you're inspiring, you're telling them, bada acha kiya, par agar thoda sa aise kar dete to shayad aur acha ho jata. But the person must know that you are checking also, because otherwise it's human nature to go switch off and take it easy. But that is where the lighting of fire and passion comes in. I hope I have made this difference between a leader and manager very clear. I have yet to see a leader in our country today, except greats. Except greats. Greats are who? I would call Tata's greats. I would call even Infosys chairman great. I'm talking of the founder. I'm not talking of other guys. Narayan Murthy. I will talk of all, even Dhirubhai Ambani, I call him a leader. There may be a lot of places he took shortcut. I've gone over his entire life case study. Same with many others. But at least they could move mountains by their inspiration. And you know what? Reliance always rewards its shareholders. I remember Reliance Petroleum, when it came up first, 50% was the dividend they used to give every year. What I want from you is, if you are managing 10 people, if you are managing 100 people, I have managed 1,26,000 people at one time. What Milind Wagle was telling you, I had 1,26,000 people under me, under my command, and their dictatorial doesn't work, let me assure you. And that 1,26,000 was who? School children and college children in NCC. Can you be dictator with them? They'll say, "Mujhe nahi karna NCC, main chala ja raha hu." But yes, you can inspire them. And that is where the character that inspires confidence comes in. If you are cheating, if you are doing everything wrong, can you ask your followers, ki nahi, aap jhoot mat bolna, main bolta rahunga. Tell me one political leader in India today who tells the truth. I can say none. All lie. Is the degree of lying that we are looking at now. Why can't we just tell the truth? Yes, I have made a mistake. I was bad in COVID, but I realized and I have learned. We all are humans. We make mistakes and leaders make mistakes. And moment the followers understand that leaders make mistakes, and leader understands and tells them I made a mistake, but I have improved, the followers will love him more because they'll consider him human. More and more human. Nobody understands. They want a false image. Tell me here, how many of us maintain a false image? All of us. Yes or no? Why can't we say I'm not good at this, but I am very good at one thing, getting everybody together and exploiting their strengths. And that is the quality of leadership. दिलों को जीतने की कला आ गई, समझ लो कामयाब हैं हम. Remember that famous ad which comes every day? दिलों को जीतने की कला आ गई, समझ लो कामयाब हम हैं. And that is the leadership quality, nothing else. कुछ भी याद रह जाए आपको, कुछ भी भूल जाओ, बस ये याद रखना कि किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना. And you are a leader. Straight you get into the quality. क्या करना है? कुछ नहीं. हमारे में एबिलिटी नहीं है, कैपेसिटी है, नहीं है. लेकिन एक चीज हमें रखनी है कि हमने सबको साथ लेके चलना है. We have to take everybody together. We will not hurt people. We will find faults when it is required, but it should not hurt. You can't call a person you are incompetent, you are bad, you are totally nincompoop, and then think that you are inspiring him. You understand the difference? Everybody wants to be taught, but they don't want to be taught in public. So don't teach in public, teach in private. Discipline a person in private, but in public praise, that everybody wants to hear their praise. I've taken a lot of your time, I'm sorry. When talk of leadership, I get carried away, because this is a subject I have practiced for my whole life, 40 years life, 40 years of work, I've practiced this. So I'm very thankful to you.
We should have one more session just for leadership from you only, because you give so valuable insights.
It's a very nice idea. Ashminder ji, I have a question. We have formed this 10 groups or 10 teams, because sometimes we use team and sometimes we use group. What should be the ideal or the standard nomenclature of this group or team?
So what is written on that WhatsApp?
First it was written like group, and then it was written like team, and now we have started calling it as team. So we are kind of not very clear.
Team is the word, sir, because group means a collection of people going towards a common purpose, but will not have mutual accountability. If you have mutual accountability, it becomes a team, and teams bring transformative outcomes.
So henceforth, we start calling it as team 10, right?
Absolutely, sir. Okay. My fault if I've been calling it group.
No problem, absolutely. Only the thing is, we were kind of confused that what nomenclature should we use.
It should be team 10.
If time permits, can I have a question?
Ji, Ashwarya ji, please, sir.
Before asking a question, first of all, I would like to say that I don't know about other faculties, but we are lucky that this course is being conducted under your stewardship. We are lucky for that, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And my question is, sir, that may be relevant for all the practitioners, because in a CA practice, right now the biggest challenge, instead of the work, is we are facing the biggest challenge of human resource, the resource person, because the practice is an area where, suppose a CA or a staff or paid up staff gets associated, he gets so much of knowledge in 1 or 2 years that he gets recruited in some other industry with higher pay, which a CA practitioner is maybe incompetent to pay that pay. So as you mentioned, like, it should not be, the person should not be used as a human resource. You must not act as a manager, but as a leader. And I feel that after you're saying, I feel that I'm acting as a manager. Actually, we are using them as a resource. So what kind of environment can be created for a CA firm, like MSME kind of firms, that we can, because even we want them to grow with us, even we want them to be associated for our entire tenure for 15, 20, 30 years. And I don't want them to be underpaid. But what kind of environment can be created that they stay with us and even we don't have the feel of that paying amount?
Ashwarya ji, I think if any question is more probing, more direct, and more, insightful, is this question. And actually, this is the question every session should answer. मुझे सब कुछ theory छोड़ दो, मुझे practical बताओ, मुझे करना क्या है. That's what you are saying.
I had this question throughout during the faculty also, but I could not think that because I think you will be the perfect person to reply.
Yes, and I'm very thankful to you that you asked me. First thing that comes in my mind is that our mind, when we have our team, we say, if I train him, he'll become good and he will leave.
Absolutely.
If I don't train him, then what is going to happen? He'll remain like that and he'll remain with me. So you have a person who's incompetent and nincompoop remaining with you because you have not trained him and your whole job is suffering.
Absolutely.
So the choice is only one. Whether it is a good leader or bad leader, you have to train him, right? So we go on that part, that the training. And second is, how do you train him? You're also doing information sharing. So when we start talking of building teams, and I want to answer part of this today and part of this after the next session, when we are gone and described how do you do team building. So the first focus of any leader is to build teams. And to build teams, you have to remove doubts and suspicions. Because if you have to discuss the career of that person with him on day one itself. When that person joins you, like today, my colleague has joined, we had a discussion on what are the bottom lines, what is her career growth path in our institution. So that she's very clear that she's not going to be taken for a ride, and I'm not going to tell her anything lie. She's here, she's smiling also. Can you see her?
Yes, sir.
First, you could give her a clap for joining us.
Thank you.
A lucky girl to work under you.
And I want her to tell her experience on first day. Please tell.
Okay, so my experience here, my first day was very nice. Like, I'm enjoying the work, and also working under Dr. Ashminder. It's very nice. Like, I am not at all feeling that I am burdened with something or I have to take care of these things. Like, he's actually, if I'll say, as per today's session, he's actually with me as a leader, not as a manager. So I am very much pleased with this thing.
So now this is a new joinee. I'm telling you by practical example, a person who doesn't know me. And first thing I have to build with her is trust, bond, and faith. And that has already started. The process has started. Till she starts having faith in me that I will always think good about her, whether she works with me or not, she's never going to trust me. She's never going to trust me. So once she trusts me, she will never leave me. Whether it's batch 1, batch 2, or batch 3. Once the trust starts, they will not leave you. That is the second part. And how do you build trust? So can I answer that question after the next session? Because it is all about team building and employee engagement. So I will answer that question. But the first thing that you need to do is make the person feel comfortable in your company, discuss the career profile with that person. What is he or she going to achieve when he or she is going to stay there? And third thing is develop that person so that that person starts becoming so strong that the person takes away load from you. And the moment that person takes away load from you, you will be able to do transformative things. Because as a leader, you have to focus on big things, not on small things. But you have to first teach her. And that's what we have been doing today, on the job learning. And that is what is happening. And last thing that I would like to tell you is, and again, I'll sum this up next week also after we have done that part. Otherwise, I'll be stealing the thunder of those people, So, but remember, the bonding, trust, and love. And love is extremely important. You guys may not understand this because as a CA, your left side of the brain is so focused on getting systems, processes, and everything is scientifically done. And you guys are so great at it, and it has always paid you dividends that you cannot trust, you cannot understand how just the factor of love can make people do a lot of wonders for you. But that love has to be, not, you understand, don't use dirty thing along with it. It is a great way to show care. And, what I was taught in military, 25% of the time of the leader is focused on work and 75% to show care, to show care for those who work under you. After leaving military, I have never seen even one person showing me care. It's always putting me down, making sure that I don't take anybody's place and trying to give them their importance. They are only looking at that. This is what I've seen in civilian world. And I'm still survived 10 years in civil. But I would request you focus on the career growth of the individual, focus on building trust, focus on building bond, focus on building love, care, show care to your people. And let us say, if that person is actually an nincompoop, even if you hit him with a rod, can you transform him? Maybe from 2, he'll come to 3, but he'll not become 8 or 9.
Right.
So then you have to decide what you want to do with him. Those are different issues. Those are capability limits, but at least get the guy to do 100% of his capability, his or hers. And everyone, let me assure you, even nincompoops, they have one odd quality which is really good. So just know which is the quality to exploit for that person. The next part of the question will be answered next week, sir. Second part of this.
Thank you so much, sir.
But has some part been understood, sir?
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Remember, it's 7:40 for those who are in India.
Chetan here.
Can we say Jai Hind? Yeah. Say again, sir.
Chetan here. Sir, this being the fourth week, sir, we have, including the motivational speakers, we have probably had 12 speakers. I think you're more outspoken than any of the other speakers, sir. Whenever you speak, the things don't go to the ear, that goes to the heart. That is one thing which I have to really appreciate you for that, sir. And to add to that, sir, you doing this summing up is a very unfair thing for all of us, sir. You'll have to take a full-fledged session is what we all request you to have it, sir.
Great, sir. So in any case, the last session is mine, and we'll have it heart to heart for 4 to 5 hours. A whole day is going to be with me.
May I?
And sir,
Can
Go
I
ahead,
tell?
sir.
I have a query on the next assignment. Is it for each group separately or across the group's joint assignment?
No, sir. It is for each group, each team. Okay. I will change myself to each team separately.
Okay.
Separately. But you have to nominate a person from your team who will submit, and it cannot be the same person which was there last time.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for.
Should we say Jai Hind, sir?
There are just two teams, right? What you have suggested, 1 to 5 and 6 to 10, right?
Absolutely, sir.
I have not understood. If I have understood correctly.
Yes, sir. Case study 1 is to be tackled by team 1 to 5, and case study 2 needs to be tackled by team 6 to 10, so that we have different learning coming up and more productive output after the end of the session.
I think there is a confusion in the.
Yeah, there will be 10 submissions.
Means that team 1 to 5 will do it together, but team 1 to 5 will do individually their own assignment.
Correct. Yes.
There will be 10 submissions.
Sorry for making it unclear. It is 10 submissions.
Yeah,
exactly. 10 submissions. Team 1 to 5 will read only case 1, and
Sure.
6 to 10 will read only case 2.
Exactly, yes, sir. But you could read other case also, so that you can ask probing and insightful questions to the other teams.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Great, sir. Jai Hind and Jai ICSF. Should we say it, sir?
Yes.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.